Warning. The following episode of Don't Hate the Podcast contains graphic and detailed spoilers for The Last of Us Part 2. You have been warned.
Oh boy, it's a big one.
Oh yeah.
We finally made it here. Welcome to a very special episode of Don't Hate the Podcast. This is episode number 26, but should be referred to as The Cast of Us Part 2. Joining me this week is my friends Killer Metal Mike.
Hey.
Pop That Baby Maker.
Hey.
And for the first time, just call him Paulie.
Hello there.
What's up, man? Let's all pretend like we haven't just been talking for the past 25 minutes.
Sure. Howdy, strangers.
Yeah, nice to
Who
meet
are
you
you
all.
guys? Why am I here?
Just right there. That's where you are.
That's where we are. Don't Hate the Podcast.
If you're watching this live, you're at twitch.tv/Don't Hate the Podcast, and you can check it out on YouTube. Just search for Don't Hate the Podcast. All podcast services. That's the one note for this episode that I didn't even know. Paul came into the stream and told us that we're on Apple Podcasts now.
Yes, you are.
I didn't even
I
know.
was listening to
Sick.
apparently your best podcast yet.
Was it?
Their name,
I think
or
it
something
was
like that.
the best one yet. Maybe not. I don't know. It's all subjective. But yeah, actually, I owe it to you that we're even on any podcast services at all, because you were the one who threw Anchor my way.
Yeah, I found out about Anchor from some friends. I was hosting a podcast for a little bit using another service, and they told me about Anchor because they started using it, and I was like, wow, this one's free. I don't have to pay, and sweet.
Yeah, Anchor's pretty
I didn't
cool.
do the whole ad deal like you did and whatnot, but
I
also
just
didn't have anybody listening. So
Yeah, I just tried it because it's like, it seems fun to be able to record your own ad, like, you know, and if it helps out the website that's giving me the free podcast, like, that's cool too. But I don't even think I'm going to put an ad in this video, so there's not going to be a point, because this is just going to be, you know, we're there's no real structure. We have some notes that we're going to look at, but if you haven't figured it out yet, this is spoiler heavy spoiler cast for The Last of Us Part 2 and Part 1 and Left Behind and anything Last of Us related, and we'll probably spoil Uncharted games and Jack and Daxter too, so you know, just be prepared for spoilers. If you haven't played any of these games, get out.
Yeah, and also you don't need advertising because Naughty Dog and PlayStation are paying you so much for this, right?
That's right.
Direct from the bank.
This is not sponsored endorsement for The Last of Us Part 2.
Could be though.
Could be. Make
One
this sponsored.
Sony, if you're listening.
Who is it now? Who's the guy? Herman? He's the main man?
Mr.
Herman
Holtz.
Yeah. So, anyway, check out the podcast on basically all your favorite podcast services. But yeah, I think going off script this time around, it's gonna just, it could go so many different places. We're gonna talk about the game. We're gonna talk about like the making of the game, the mechanics of the game, the story, obviously, the leaks, the actors, the music. There's so much to talk about. I don't think we'll get, this is like Disneyland, right? I don't think we're gonna get through all of it in one visit. So there might be a Cast of Us Part 2.
Whoa.
Somewhere down the road. I don't know.
Visiting.
That's a lot of parts.
Real quick though, Paul, do you want to? Well, you already said you a little bit of your background. You hosted a different podcast. Was it a gaming podcast, or you said a music podcast, maybe something like that?
Yeah. Well, first off, I've been Mark's friend for a long time. We knew each other as kids, so it was really fun for me getting to hear you read advertisements on that last episode. It
It's
was
so
just a
cringy.
extra bonus for
So
me.
stupid.
But I have been on podcasts. I'm not like fucking internet personality or anything like that. I used to be on a Emotive Pixels podcast, which we're looking into getting going again. But
I listened to a few
Yeah.
episodes of that.
yeah. So that was actually our whole deal for that. Was we would always spoil things. Everything was a spoiler cast.
Right. I remember having a lot of fun listening to that podcast. Now, I couldn't remember the name of it, but now
Yeah.
it's like all coming back.
Emotive Pixels was a lot of fun. Hopefully we get it going again. I still talk with all those folks and whatnot, or most of those folks. And then I started up Broken Dial Radio podcast, which was a music podcast. It was focused on listening to whatever new music we could get our hands on, regardless of genre and everything like that, and just talked about the music we liked and things like that. It just got to be a bit much because having to edit all that music into podcasts. I am looking forward, though. Anchor does have a thing where if you listen on Anchor, you could actually like make it more like a radio show where they can link you into Spotify and things like that. So
That's cool.
I would also like to get that going again, but being stuck in my house all the time for some reason still gives me no time to do anything.
Yeah, oh yeah, I've noticed that big time. It's worth mentioning that we actually we played music together on numerous occasions, and that stands out when I'm thinking about who's Paulie. But that being the case, you play guitar, Paul, yeah, and Mike, you as well. There's one sitting right next to you.
Yeah,
And I feel like that's just as good a place as any. Unless Pop got something to say before we dive right into this heavy spoiler cast. You want to go? I was going to start with the guitar mechanics of The Last of Us, but we can
I did kind of
come back.
have. I feel like maybe a good starting point is like I know how you and Mike feel about like the original Last of Us, but and like there's a whole podcast of us and how we feel about it. But like,
yes,
I would be interested to know how Paulie feels about it. Like,
that's a great idea.
if you played it, if you didn't play it, I don't know.
You host the show this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think.
My history of The Last of Us. I played it multiple times now. Where to start with that? I've been a big Naughty Dog fan as well. I played all the Uncharted's. Played Last of Us when it originally came out. I pretty much played all. My girlfriend is a huge Uncharted fan, so I played all the Uncharted games with her. She's played them probably more than Mark has. Definitely more than Mark has.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
I know.
My mind is blown.
Nah, I've really only played the first one like a bunch of times, and the second one like I don't know 3 or 4 times, and the third one twice, and the
I feel
fourth
like
one
that's the, like,
twice.
opposite order of what you wouldn't want to play them in.
No, I remember I was trying to speed run the first one. Anyway, go ahead.
But so I played Last of Us 1 probably 4 times. So I played it twice on my own, and then I played it once with her a couple years ago when it first was released on PlayStation 4 with the remastered edition. And then we decided, because the game was coming out, Last of Us 2 came out on my birthday, which was a fun bonus for me.
Awesome. Happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we decided to play through The Last of Us 1 again right before that because I took some time off for my birthday and everything. So we played through The Last of Us directly before starting The Last of Us 2. Like
Awesome.
I finished it the night before and then went right into The Last of Us 2.
Did you play Left Behind? Just a quick question.
She did.
Cool.
I had a virtual Discord birthday party I had to attend.
Awesome.
Nice.
Okay.
But you have played Left Behind before.
Yeah, I played Left Behind before, and I was kind of popping in and out and seeing what was going on. I remember it for the gist of it, but I love The Last of Us 1. It's one of my favorite PlayStation games for sure.
Same.
I imagine we'll probably get more into the ending of that when we talk about Last of Us 2, but I definitely dug it. That kind of non-closure ending type thing that they did.
Awesome. So maybe that's a good place to start, is the ending of the first game while we're talking about it. I mean, let me just see if I can do it, right? The first game, we all know, starts, you play as Joel's daughter. She gets shot by a government agent. And then Joel's life is fucked. Fast forward 20 years later, he's a smuggler. He's doing smuggling things. He gets handed this girl. It's Ellie. He smuggles her across the country to the Fireflies because she's immune to this virus. And right as, they get there and she's actually unconscious, they take her. They're about to do the thing they came there to do. And he realizes they're going to kill her. And he saves her. In his mind, he saves her. I thought, I had a lot of questions that I was starting to write down. I figured I'd just let them come organically because I knew that they would. And here's one of them. In the first Last of Us, we'll do roundtable style, right? Around the horn. Yeah. Let's try to keep it succinct. So, it's a tangential podcast. That's what we do. But let's just, try and get through as much of this as we can. So, this is me asking you guys, who is the good guy and the bad guy in The Last of Us Part 1? Who's the
good guy has got to be Ellie, I imagine.
Okay.
Because she's willing to go there and even right to the end says, yeah, we have to do this. My life has to be worth something.
A righteous, selfless act.
Right. So that's what she wants. And that's what the world wants and needs. And Joel's clearly got to be the bad guy.
Okay.
He's the one that prevents that from happening.
All right.
If that is the end goal, that makes her the good guy and him the bad guy.
Any thoughts, guys?
No, go ahead.
No, you.
I would say I would take it even a step further in that, I agree. I think Ellie is the they talk a lot about the first game as hope, right? Yep. Ellie is the hope in that world, right? She is the good in that game, and I definitely think, especially if you go back and watch the first Cast of Us that we did, I think Joel is throughout the game establishing himself over and over again as not a good character. Yeah. He is the character you play, so you have to kind of almost force yourself to relate to him in some ways or whatever, because he's the main character of the game. But yeah, I think through his decision throughout the first game kind of and especially the ending, establish him as he is the villain of that game.
Yeah, right. But it makes you look at it and say that I guess the evil or the villain of the game is just forced perspective, right? Because from his side, he's doing the right thing.
He's doing the right thing for him.
Right. We just perceive him as evil because he dooms the world.
Exactly.
But in his case, he had a daughter. He's now attached to this girl.
He's a very selfish character.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested in what Paulie has to say about this.
So I think that's kind of the thing about the ending of that game is it makes you think about, it makes you ask that question, who's right and wrong, or if you want to say good and evil as you did, or good and bad. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's clear. It's supposed to be ambiguous. It's a morally gray area. Yes, you could say the goal is to save humanity, but throughout the game, they clearly show, is humanity even worth saving? The people in that game are fucking terrible. She runs it. Can I swear?
Yeah, all the time.
All right. Yeah. They're fucking terrible. She runs into cannibals. She almost gets raped. Mm-hmm. It clearly shows that the very small Last of Us 2 out of it, because it shows there are some good parts of humanity left in Last of Us 2, but Last of Us 1 kind of reinforces the fact, obviously the fungal zombies are bad, mm-hmm. but
that might not
isn't so much better. Even when everything went to shit, Joel's daughter is killed by the government. There's no question why he would question the Fireflies. Do they have their shit together? Can they actually create this, or do they just think they can?
Yeah. So
it's a complex thing, but
totally.
I think that's kind of the point. That's what you're supposed to come out of it, is thinking well, I understand exactly why he did that. I don't feel like it's the right thing for humanity, but I kind of agree with him still. And the biggest problem is they didn't give Ellie the chance. Ellie's asleep.
Mm-hmm.
They just wake her up and be like, hey, do you want to do this? Because she would have been like, yes.
Yeah, right. Consent.
Joel still would have been like, no, it's not up to you. Clearly, he wanted her to live a life. But
that's a good point, and I'll weigh in with my perspective on this as briefly as I can. But I think that the point you make about consent is a good one. That would make it not morally gray anymore. right? But see, my perspective on the whole thing is, it's kind of like you're playing as Joel. That's the good guy. You're killing these clickers. That's the bad guy. Like, that's a very video game way to look at it. And I think that anybody who appreciates the game for its story over its gameplay will just set that aside and say, like, no, that's the game mechanics. That's not necessarily who's good and evil. Right. I would say that, and this is just to put like a spin on it, because I agree and respect everything. I agree with and respect everything you guys just said when it comes to the first game. I think the doctor, Abby's father, would be somebody who's a good guy, right? Even though it's the same thing. She's asleep, so who's to say that he has any right to do what he's about to do? But we also don't really know. Like Marlene, we find out, if you get notes and stuff, you find out that she's just as shocked, and we really get to see her reaction in The Last of Us Part 2, like how she was like, "Are you serious?" But then even she's like, "Okay," because I think they both understand, like, it's
the world.
You're saving the world, right? That's what you're doing. But I would say, like, evil. If we're talking about evil, a character like David might be the one who's evil, because there's other people out there trying to survive, and if they all could like team up together and make something happen, I mean, they're really calling out a lot of like real, contemporary issues that we still have today. You know what I mean? But just in this post-pandemic world. But David is somebody who, like, I don't know, managed to survive as long as he did by doing like what other people would call inhumane, which from his point of view, because if we're saying morality is subjective, he's just surviving just like everybody else. But it's when he comes into contact with Ellie, he's very clearly attracted to her, and he says she's special, and it gets super weird, and that's why she hacks his face off with a machete, which is a huge turning point in the game, because when Joel finally like shows up, he doesn't rescue her from danger, from physical harm. She took care of that herself. He's there to rescue her and pick her back up from like the emotional
PTSD.
Right. So in that scene, Joel is a hero for her. You know what I mean? Like, so it really, like, he is kind of like, we accept the fact that Joel sucks, kind of. He's like shit. Like, you wouldn't want to cross him. You'd want to be a Henry or a Sam to him, and receive mercy from him.
And from Ellie's perspective, that's also like, that could be a turning moral point for her too, where she starts thinking like, do I really want to sacrifice myself for these people that would do this? But
I think at
the end of the game, the first game, they don't give her that chance to say anything about that, or to even think it's true, or if she even would be able to. In the second game, we'll get into that. But I do want to also mention, because we're talking about the end, like, they gave us control, sort of, at the end. The first time I played through that, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't want to kill the doctor. Because I had those problems, right. But the game makes you kill the doctor.
Yeah,
you could have totally just shot him in the kneecap or something, and he wouldn't be able to do anything.
You're saying, so if you shoot him in the leg, does he die? Did you try that?
You when you shoot the doctor, it takes over, and there's a cutscene, and he just kills everybody in the room.
Oh right. Wait, he kills everybody in the room?
You have to do the first shot. Yeah.
I
don't think
you have to kill everyone. You have to kill the doctor. The two nurses, I think you can leave alive.
Yeah, that's right.
But you have to kill the doctor.
Even if you shoot him in the leg or shoot him in the hand, it still could. You still have to kill him.
I shot everybody in that room.
I was about to say, dude, I walked up in that place.
Yeah, at that point.
I wouldn't react that way in real life. I don't think. I think I would. I don't know. The dude was holding a scalpel at him. Technically, he pulled a weapon on him. So the doctor
I didn't want to kill them, right? Like, when I got to the room, in my head, I was like, no, like, don't do this. But obviously, they're not giving you a choice. So yes, immediately I was like, boom, 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 just killed all of them.
Yeah, as soon as he pulled that scalpel, man, he's coming right for me. Done.
There's I don't want to focus too much on it because we have a lot of game to talk about. The second one, but two things I do want to point out with the ending of the first one that I think still people maybe just it's been so long since they played it, or they didn't get all the collectibles and recordings and notes and stuff. Like, one thing they're very clear on in the hospital, like, if you take the time to go through the rooms and pick up all the notes and the recordings and stuff, is, like, they're very clear that, like, there's no, like, this might have worked, or, like, there was a chance they killed Ellie and, like, made it, like, they're very clear on, like, no, they know 100% if they do the surgery on Ellie, they get a cure that will sit, like, it's a guaranteed thing, right? Like, and they make that very clear. And I think, like, the conversation that I've kind of seen about the second game is, like, you know, like, kind of going against it. Like, well, they didn't know, and it's like, no, like, they make it pretty clear that, like, the doctor knew that if they did the surgery, they would have a cure. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts, right? And then the other thing, too, is that, like, I feel like the whole Ellie's unconscious, so she doesn't get to make a decision, right? And, like, having her make that decision, she probably would have said yes. I went back and I watched the first game because I wanted to make sure that I was right on this. Is, like, she kind of, like, does say, like, right before it's right after the giraffe scene, right? Like, you get the giraffes. Joel starts to walk away. He opens the door. Ellie's not there. He looks back and Ellie's still looking at the giraffes. And then, like, he stops and starts to think, and then he says to her, he's like, are you sure you want to do this? We can turn around and go back, like, right now. We don't have to do this. Yeah. And she makes it very clear to him, like, there's no question. She's like, this can't be for nothing. Everything that I've been through, everything that I've done, like, it can't all be for nothing. Right. And so I feel like, and then after that, like, after that cutscene, you go into a stairwell, and then she continues to talk to you about that conversation. She says, like, I know you mean well, like, I get it, I understand where you're coming from, but you have to understand me, and, like, I have to do this. I need to do this. And, like, after this is done, we can go wherever you want, because he mentions, like, going back to Jackson, and she says, like, you know, we can go wherever you want after this, but this means so much to me, we have to do it. And I feel like that conversation gets overlooked when it's talked about of, like, well, Ellie didn't get to choose, they just kind of took her. It's like, no, I feel like she made it very clear to him specifically that, like, whatever it took, that had, like, the going to the hospital and the cure thing had to mean something to her. And I think even if it meant dying, that was okay. And I feel like they further that in the second game, but, like, I think that's also a thing that gets overlooked in the first game, is, like, I feel like she made it clear that, like, she wanted whatever it meant to get the cure.
So here's what I think. I think you're right on that. I think Mike is right on that. Joel, acting as a father who doesn't want to lose his daughter, his surrogate daughter again, you know what I mean, was right to do what he did. And Paul makes a great point in bringing up the fact that all they really needed to do to solve all this was to just wake her up. Like, wait till she woke up and say, like, look, this is what we're gonna do. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I know that we're gonna extract this shit from your brain, and we're gonna try to put you back together, but you're probably gonna die from this. And just be honest. And she'd probably say, like, yeah, that's fine. And I think that's why it becomes really important to talk about Left Behind, like how she actually got bit and thought she was gonna be infected, and they both were sitting there waiting, and Riley dies and she doesn't. So, like, that's the first time it was like, no, she got robbed. They were going to sit there and die together, and, like, that was it. And she was, like, that was her best friend, her companion. Like, she was, you know, can't really call her a love interest, but they had a special bond, you know what I mean? And she got robbed. Right there. She got robbed when her mother was gone. She got robbed at that time. She got robbed when Marlene dumped her off on Joel. You know what I mean? Like, she's just...
Yeah, and just to be clear, like, what I totally agree with what Pop said. We know that she would have, if they woke her back up, she would have said, yeah, do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And that's just not what...
More importantly, Joel knows that she would as well.
Right, and that's the story that Naughty Dog wanted to tell us.
But it just seems like a strange situation that they would do it that way for the Fireflies themselves to be like, oh, we're just going to do this to her. Like, well, yeah, Eve makes the decision because she knew her mom or whatever, but...
Especially in the first one, right? Like, just given the first game with the context that they add in the second game, I think helps a little bit. But, like, the first one especially, it just goes from like Joel's carrying her like, hey, she's dying, I need help, and then he wakes up because he gets knocked out, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, she's in surgery right now, we're gonna kill her, and it's like, what? Like, why didn't like wasn't like how did we get from point A to point, like, it's very like rushed. I think that's like one of the flaws I can say about the first game is that part does seems to like all this stuff been solved if you just waited a little bit.
Yeah, they didn't even need to knock him out. They should have been focusing on like getting her there alive, because that's, you know, I mean, I don't know if she needed to be alive or they just needed her brain like before it went, you know, started to rot.
I guess you could make the argument that like, oh, they thought she was gonna die, so they just immediately went into surgery, but like they don't explain that at all ever or anything. So like it's very like, why didn't you just wait until she like became conscious again and then you know, had that conversation with everybody in the room? Like, it's very weird, especially in the first game with no added context whatsoever. Like,
I think we could go into a 2-hour conversation about what kind of research did the doctor even do that he knew 100% that this was gonna work. Like, you fucking maybe he was full of shit. You know what I mean? All those recordings were just bullshit. Like, no, I know. He's like a mad scientist. Like, it's gonna work. Trust me. Like, nobody even knows why she's immune. That's the one thing about Last of Us 2 that pissed me off. I'm like, we don't fucking know why she's immune. So regardless, if we're gonna go like chronologically, let's talk about that Rat King. No, I'm just.
I was gonna say, I had that took me off a second. I was like, wait, chronologically, that doesn't make sense.
No. So the opening of The Last of Us 2. We're ready to go to the opening of The Last of Us 2. Yep. Joel's cleaning his guitar.
Yeah.
And he's telling Tommy the story that we just talked about. He tells Tommy the whole story. That's what's implied.
Mm-hmm. A surprise. Like, I didn't expect this game to open that way. Like, because they were very like upfront about like Ellie's the main character, she's the one you play as, and then it opens the game and Ellie, you don't see her at all, and it's just Joel.
You get to play as Joel for 12 seconds.
You play as Joel. Like, I was like, oh, okay. Like, I didn't expect this.
For 12
so that
seconds.
was like a good surprise for me. I don't know.
You get to play as Joel for the opening credits, and I gotta be honest, it's a great opening credits sequence. It works really well with all, and I love how Anthony Newman and that other dude, Kurt Margenu, I think his name is, the art directors, they're like co-leads on the game. Like, they're getting the props that they deserve, because in the making of The Last of Us, by the way, like, these guys were like killing it and not really getting so much screen time. And you know, now I don't know, Naughty Dog's crazy, but anyway, surprise intro.
It's a beautiful scene coming in, like dropping down into Jackson.
It's Wyoming, like, right?
Yeah. There's like kind of a tense vibe there, where like you don't know, like you're like,
someone's gonna jump
there's a
out.
gas station. Like, am I gonna like, and a clicker's gonna run out? Like, but it's just very like, you don't know exactly what's happening, but it's just this is fluid. Like, you're just going to the town. Like, I don't know. I very much enjoyed that like opening from like. I think it does a good job of like recapping the ending of the first game if you'd never played it.
Yeah.
And just went into this one, like you kind of understand what's happening, and then I think it does just a good like setup for him getting to Ellie.
And it's worth saying that Neil Druckmann, in several interviews, including the great, if you guys haven't listened to it, official The Last of Us podcast hosted by Christian Spicer. It's basically they talk about the whole first game and Left Behind, and then they talk about the second game. And they're still uploading episodes like every Tuesday, I think. It's great. Just going through the game beat by beat. But Neil Druckmann, in that interview and several others, made the point to say that the first game was going for that Hollywood sort of bombast, like not Uncharted over the top craziness, but just like a Hollywood movie sort of setup. Like, that's how it's being presented. And this game is part 2 is more like a novelization of events. It's not this not globetrotting, but nationwide kind of. I mean, you do go to a lot of places, but you know what I mean. Like, it's Then you go back. Quentin Tarantino that shit, because Quentin Tarantino writes his movies like novels. You know what I mean? So it's very much like a let's go here, then let's go back, and let's go here, let's go back. Anyway, opening surprise intro of the game. Joel's cleaning his guitar. And he's telling Tommy the story, and Tommy's like, "Holy shit, that's fucked up," and I won't tell anybody. And then cut to Joel going and playing Future Days by Pearl Jam and giving the guitar to Ellie, promising to teach her how to play it. So that's what I wanted to ask these two guitarists. Did they nail it? Because it feels like they kind of nailed the guitar playing. It's a really cool mechanic.
Dude,
Yeah.
the guitar playing mechanic on this game has led to some of the most entertaining YouTube videvideos I've watched in a
So
while.
entertaining.
Just like watching Ellie sit in a theater totally empty and just like
Play Metallica.
Metallica's Nothing Else Matters, like dude, and like nail it, and just watch that scroll wheel of scales like jump like crazy to hit all the notes.
When do we get Ellie's Guitar Hero?
Oh,
Dude, right?
that's the DLC.
That'd be awesome. Comes with a guitar controller that looks like that one.
Yeah.
No, personally, like I played around with that quite a bit. It was a neat idea how they threw that in there. I thought for sure.
Yeah.
And also the cinematics of them playing guitar and the singing and everything, like
Yeah.
very very good. Like totally nailed it.
Yeah.
And you know that it's like Troy Baker being like, "Hey man, I could play guitar and sing, so why not put it in the?" He admitted that in that podcast. He's like, "Hey, Ashley Johnson always talks about how she wanted to be an astronaut, so they put this astronaut sequence in the game, which is beautiful, by the way. This game's giraffe scene, and this Troy Baker playing guitar and singing.
Troy Baker, the voice of Joel.
Yes.
Yes, the voice of Joel.
So yeah, the guitar scene.
I think, like, not to brush over though, like, I think it's very. And one thing that we didn't talk about on the ending of the first game is when Ellie and Joel have that conversation at the very, very end of the first game.
Oh, when he
where,
lies.
like, Ellie just straight up asks her, like, Ellie asks Joel, you know, tell me, like, just tell me what happened. I don't care. Like, I just want to know, is everything you said true? And he said, yep, it's true. And he just lies to her face. And, like, you get the feeling that she doesn't believe him, but she has no choice but to believe him, right? Where she's like, okay. Like, but, like, you can tell, like, it's kind of like a, I don't believe you, but, like...
I don't have any other reason not to believe you.
Yeah, like I trust you, like, you're, you know, we've been through a lot, so okay.
Yeah, established doubt is what they do.
Yeah. And I think that it does a really good job of continuing that, like, relationship in this scene where it's like you can tell, like, Ellie's like, I guess, like, you can come in and, like, okay, you want to tell me a joke? Like, what do you do? Like, you can tell that she's still very, like, uncomfortable with him because she knows he's lied, but she can't prove it.
The writers over there at Naughty Dog are killing it in that scene.
And
it's great.
I
and the
got
actors
a little
too.
bit out of that scene. I kind of got a little bit of, like, she was so prepared for that to have all meant something, and now she has to figure out how to. Now I'm just gonna live a normal life, I guess, here in Jackson. Like, there was some of that as well. I didn't take it fully as, like, her not trusting him, because later on in the scene she shows, like, some.
Yeah, like she does.
I totally
kind of
agree with what you're saying,
forth.
but there was some of it too that was just like, I felt like she was like, I'm broken. That ruined me. I don't know where to go now or what to do.
Yeah, and I think in other flashbacks that we'll talk about later on, like, she continues that, like, you know, like, I like you. You're somebody that I've, like, been through a lot with, so I trust you, and, like, we have this relationship, but also this thing in the back of my head keeps going back to, like, were you telling the truth? Did you lie? Like, because, like, eventually, like, at the end of that conversation, right, she does go back to, like, at first when he's like, I heard a joke and I can't remember what it was, and she's like, oh,
yeah, on his way out the door, he plays
early. Like, can you go?
Yeah, so he plays the song, and she says that didn't suck, and then he's about to leave. He gives her the guitar, tells her he's going to teach her how to play, and she goes, "What was the joke?"
Yeah,
which
and you can tell she has, like, there's something there still. Like, she has some connection to him still.
What's the?
But I think they do a really good job of, like, I don't know, like, balancing that, like, line of, like,
establishing where they are.
Yeah.
With each other.
Yeah.
What's the downside to eating a clock?
It's time consuming.
That's right. That's the joke. And I love her when Ashley Johnson crushes it. She's like, "Huh, it's so dumb." And she just, like, mutters that it's so dumb because it is.
And it's great too. It's a callback to all the jokes that she told too.
From the first game, yes.
And it's a very great scene because it's also kind of establishing like, well, I guess you're my dad now. Like it's
Kinda.
very uncomfortable conversation all
Mhm.
over the place
I was
in
gonna
multiple
say,
directions.
I'm not gonna lie, I took that joke and told all my kids and was like, "Hey guys,
Nice.
it's the downside to eating a clock, eh?"
And did they laugh though?
No, they also thought I was dumb.
Did your wife think it was funny?
No,
Oh
she
man.
she is the biggest one that thinks that I'm dumb. You all the time, just dumb. Falls out of your mouth. That's what happens.
So, but I gotta ask Mike, what you know, what did that scene do for you, if anything? Like,
Yeah, in the very beginning,
you were hooked?
I mean,
No. Yes.
what?
I said,
What?
were you hooked in the very beginning?
Oh no,
No.
I don't know what it is about this game. I don't know if it was like all the hype around it or like the fact that it had leaks and so many people were trying to spoil it or something. Like, I really went into this game like, okay, game, sell me. Like, I bought in for the first one and I enjoyed myself. Like, sell me a good game. Number 2, here we go. So like right off the bat, I'm like, okay, Joel's here. Papa Joel, how you doing, buddy? It's going good. You're doing good. We're doing good. We seem to be living in a place now. Like, okay, where are we going? So
wait, are you saying that you just don't really like where it went? Like, how does it feel on the sticks? Strip all the story stuff away. Like,
on the sticks. I mean, are you still talking about the very beginning? You're talking
It's kind of hard.
no, like the game.
It's all cutscene. Everything that we've talked about so far is cutscene.
Yeah, the game. I'm just
like
wondering. I'm just wondering if you're. It's good to have your opinion. I mean, you're wrong, but it's good to have your opinion. No, I'm just saying.
Well, I kind of feel what Mike is saying because I didn't get spoiled on it.
Me
despite
neither.
The leaks and everything.
Pop's
But
the
this
only one
is-
that did. Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
you guys.
I heard that conversation you guys had on that podcast as well.
Thanks for listening, man.
But I don't know. It's Last of Us 2, so I was expecting something terrible to happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So even
Lots
though
of
I was
terrible shit.
enjoying the scene, like it was so melodramatic and whatnot, and I was kind of guessing where this was gonna go. So like I'm not sure I was liking it. Like I was enjoying the cutscenes in the beginning, but I was like filled with dread throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, I also had an idea of where I thought it was going to make me go at the end, which I was close, but it didn't do the one thing I was expecting it to, which I'm really glad, which was like push the choice onto you this time.
Oh
Like,
right.
do you pull this trigger or do you not? You know, like I was waiting for that kind of ending after the first one gives you no choice whatsoever. And people were always like, oh, Joel's a bad guy because of it. I figured they would give you an opportunity to be like, okay, are you a good guy or are you a bad guy at the end? You know?
Yeah.
But I'm glad they didn't do that. They actually like gave you a story
Yeah,
and said, no, this is how it plays out.
Okay, so I guess we'll get into all these subtle nuances in an effort to move it along. I mean, you got one more thing, Pop. I can see it in your face. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I feel like there's like we could really like dive into like super detailed stuff that happened, right? But like I feel like the first like major thing that happens in the game is the thing where it's like I don't know. I feel like
you can say it.
everything
This is the spoiler cast. You could just come out and
everything
say
up
it.
until that like is just kind of like okay, this is like I kind of understand what Mike's saying because up until that point I was like, okay, where are we going? How are we doing this? And then it gets to that point and it's like, okay, I think this is where the game really starts.
I would say
So,
that
like,
yes.
If we're okay with skipping to that point.
Yeah, I would say that, in typical Naughty Dog fashion, you get this build up to this big moment, right? It's always about taking the easiest path and then dropping an obstacle in your way and giving you a reason to have to go a different way, like to what you thought you were going to do. And that's what happens consistently through the first game and the second game, through the whole saga, right? So I think most people probably picked that game up, started playing it, and just walked through the hallways, essentially, right, to get to these big story beats. But if you do take the time to stop, walk around, explore every little nook and cranny of all that, which I wasn't doing so much of that, but I was looking for collectibles in like typical places where I would expect to find them. But I think if you really just said, like, I'm going to walk around Jackson and not trigger the mission, there's so much to see there that you just don't see. So it's like they really made it very pretty. But you're right. And it's a spoiler cast. So when Joel gets his face bashed in with a golf club is really when shit starts to go down. I mean, they do go with this back and forth between Ellie and Abby that is very confusing, too.
Like, I think it's like, it's one of those things where the first like 2 hours of this game I think are kind of like tutorial, but they do a really good job of not making it feel like a tutorial game,
snowball fight,
tutorial level or whatever, where it's like when you're playing as Abby, it's teaching you how to like kind of use the like you can run and jump and grab onto things, and you can dodge, and sometimes it's better to run from zombies than it is infected to fight them. Like, sometimes it's better to run, and I think they do a really good job of doing that. But I think really, like, when you boil it down, those first like 2 hours of the game is all like very like, we're teaching you how to play the game, and then that big story moment happens where it is a shock. You all of a sudden you're playing as a new character. It's like, who is this person? And they don't even tell you the name of her.
Mm-hmm.
It's
just
like
man and woman.
The menu. It's it's like man. Like it's very like who are these people? And I think that really where the game picks up is when you kind of finally figure out who these people are. Right? It's like, oh, this girl's name is Abby. This is the character that I'm playing as.
Abby and Owen and Mel and Manny.
And there's a whole group of them, and I don't even think they do a really good job of explaining who everybody is in the group. They kind of just focus on Abby and Owen mentions Mel, but you don't really know who she is.
Well, you meet her for the first time, and they do say her name.
I feel like it's kind of important the way they did it. Like, they made them, you're controlling this person. You don't know her name or her motivations. You know they're after somebody. And I think that they did that very well to establish. They are the others. They are, at that point, the bad people. You don't know exactly what they're doing, but you know they're up to something bad.
So
I don't even know that I got the feeling that they were up to something bad. It was like, I don't know if I trust these people. They're not familiar, right?
Okay.
Like they're unfamiliar.
They did a good job of that. Like, they kept them ambiguous. Like, these are people. They're obviously real people, but I need to know what's going on with this. And the fact that you're asking, like, oh yeah, they didn't like say who all they are. Like, yeah, because they were supposed to be vilified at the beginning.
So here's the thing. Watching it back after knowing what happens, I pick up on all these subtle little nuances that the characters are doing and gestures that they're making. Now that I know what the story is. But the first time I watched it, I genuinely was like, okay, so I saw this girl in the trailer. It's the jacked girl who's getting strangled in the trailer. And I always just got the impression that she was going to be rescued by Ellie, because don't we see her get rescued in the trailer, but you don't see who does it, or do you? But you don't know who the hell it is when they do it. I feel like I remember that in one of the early misleading trailers that they put out. But anyway, my initial, like, my actual reaction to that section of the game when you're playing as Abby and Owen takes you to go see and you find this town, it seems like they're out rogue trying to like make something work for their people, for their crew, and this dude tells you, oh, Mel's pregnant, right? He just mentioned it, and she's like, really? And then you can tell that Abby and Owen have a history together, like a little bit, and then he shows her like, oh my god, look, it's a town, and he mentions like they have running water, electricity, guns. He's like, there's a patrol station over there, so they're like, they're all set up, and she seems like she's getting excited about it. And this is, like I said, my first playthrough. I'm like, okay, so yeah, maybe they're bad, but it looks like all they want is like to get like stable. But maybe, then you start thinking, like, do they want to steal guns from them?
Because they sound very ominous when they talk about it, because they're like, oh, we can catch the guards when they come out on patrol.
Right.
Like,
That's Right.
If you're just trying to find civilization.
No, you're right, because
Didn't
she
they
does
say something about like
No, she does say we'll
tracked him or something like that.
Yeah,
for
yeah, they
him
do.
the whole time.
And then they say Owen says we don't even know if he's in there, and then she's like, all right, so we'll intercept one of the patrols and we'll make them tell us. And he's like, whoa, and that's where you kind of like. I feel like Owen is kind of a shitty person to people, but he's a righteous person in that he doesn't want to do like these heinous acts. You know, he doesn't seem like he was totally down with fucking up Joel, but he was like, no, these two, no, we're leaving them alone. You know what I mean? That's the whole reason that there's even a game to play after that. But yeah, they did a good job of like just, I guess, sort of misleading you a little bit, like they did in all these trailers. Like that scene of the reveal with Joel walking through the house. It was like, that's not even in the game.
Yeah, we did know though that like Abby was like they were very specific in. I think it was like after like they had that original trailer of Ellie playing the guitar and Joel walking in, and ask that was like the very first showcase of the game. But then that next trailer that they showed didn't have anything to do with Ellie or Joel. It was Ab and
wait,
in the trailer.
On. You're glitching out.
And yeah. Oh, am I? Hello?
You're back. You're back.
Okay. So yeah, the second trailer they showed was Abby, Yara, and Lev, and they were like, so like you knew that was a character in the game, and I was very curious as to how she played in the game. Like there was rumors of like, oh, that's Ellie's mom, and it's going to be flashbacks, and like they very quickly established that that's not the case. But so she wasn't like super unfamiliar, but also even in the trailers, like when they announced that first, or when they had that first trailer, they gave Lev a name and they gave Yara a name, but then Abby, her name was like blacked out, and they're like, you don't know her name yet. So like it was very curious, where it was like in my head I was thinking while I was playing her, like it wasn't a shock, like who is this person? It's like, I've seen her in a trailer, I know who, like I knew she was going to be in this game, but like why aren't they telling me her name? Is it something that I should know? Is it something that has like relevance to like the first game? And I'm like, if I hear her name, I'll immediately be like, oh, she's this person, right? Like that's where like the kind of curiosity came from for me of like, why aren't they telling me who she is? And like they could have said her name is Abby and I still wouldn't have known, right, based off like what happens later on. But like I think that they do like kind of try and hide like her in like this mysterious way. Is she good? Is she bad? We're playing as her, we don't want her to die, but like I don't know exactly what's going on here. Well, I think they do set that up very well, all the way up until the point of the cutscene that you get where, she ends up like killing Joel, right? Is like they do a really good job up until that point. Like she gets there, the people are introducing themselves to Joel, she's like not freaking out, even though you don't know yet, but you know that she knows that that's the person she's trying to kill.
Yeah.
Like she kind of keeps her cool and like, I'm gonna wait until I get to my group of people.
Yeah.
She plays really smart. Hey, I have people over here at this thing. That's where she should.
That's what I was saying. Watching it back a second time, you really see her like when Tommy says Joel, her eyes like widen up real big and she looks at him and she like shakes her head and looks back at Tommy and then can't help but to look back at him again.
Yeah.
I
mean, I'll say again, I was just filled with dread at this because I figured, like, I didn't get spoiled on it, but I figured if they're going after somebody, it's going to be Joel. He doomed humanity, right?
When she blew it,
I don't know who Abby is, but it doesn't really matter because so many people have a reason. If anybody found out about this, they have a reason to come after him.
Yeah.
So, like, when she was saved by them, I was like, well, maybe they can like kind of change your mind a little bit. So they gave me a little bit back here, and they just I was played clearly.
Yeah.
But
this must be why you responded to my tweet about loving every second of this game, because you're like, did you really love every second of it?
Yeah. But I do think it's also important that there's been tons of discourse about all this and whatnot, and there's one of the big things you keep hearing is like, well, they just made Joel like completely unbelievable because his character in the first game, like when they saw that person ask for help, he was like ran him over. And I think like you must have missed something, because clearly from the beginning where he plays a song for Ellie, Joel has changed. The first game changed Joel just as much as it did Ellie,
Right.
if not more.
I mean,
so.
he saw
And
another.
there's a time gap, right? Like they skipped 4 years ahead.
Yeah,
so
but
like
Joel saw another young girl about Ellie's age who has a similar appearance in the face. You know what I mean, and the hair. And she was out alone while there was infected running around, and they're out there patrolling. It's up to him to. They're out there trying to keep people safe. You know, he is living
one
his
of their
life
things
of.
is bringing people back.
Yeah,
That's
oh,
what
yeah.
they're talking
Yeah,
about. Like
yeah.
they want to expand the community. That
Mhm.
they have a good thing going, and they're trying to save people. That's kind of like.
That's what Tommy
seems
says.
like
You
a-
should come back with us and stock up
Yeah.
before you head out.
Yeah.
Yep.
and not to get too far deep into like other things, but I did watch like Neil Druckmann was on the Kind of Funny podcast
Mm-hmm.
doing a spoiler cast, and he talked about how he talked about the whole situation where people brought up the fact that oh, Joel as a character would never let his guard down and stuff like that, and he said specifically that you have to think that he's lived in this town that hasn't had to deal with and I think they do a really good job of when you're playing as Ellie and
Dina.
Abby.
Oh,
Sorry, Dina. Yes.
yeah.
Going through the thing, you go through the log books, and you can go back, and it's oh, Joel and Tommy,
Yeah.
we had to kill one clicker. And
I loved reading that. I really
Right.
had a good time reading the
Yeah.
ledger at
They
the
do a good
post.
job of when you read it, you're oh, this is easy work for them.
Yeah.
This is no problem, right? Where he specifically said in this conversation that he was having that Joel has had 4 years of kind of no issues, no problem. So he's changed so much as a character where he's not always on his guard, where it's oh, I see somebody and I immediately don't trust him. It's almost the opposite now of he's had 4 years of peace and relaxation, where it's he sees somebody and maybe his first reaction isn't to oh, let's shoot at him, right? They maybe don't do a great job of kind of insinuating that in the game, but I think when you really think about it, it's 4 years have passed since the Joel that we knew from the first game. It's okay,
Right.
that kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I think
the
even
first game he
Ellie.
changed, the way
Yeah.
he talks to Ellie after the
Yeah.
experience with David and
Yeah.
everything like
Oh,
that.
yeah. He starts to change there. That's where the transition happens. Mike.
Yeah.
Tell me your thoughts and opinions on when you first took control of Abby up until the point where she blows Joel's kneecap off and then takes the sandwich to his jaw.
And really, she blows the whole thing.
Oh yeah, you watch that a second time. His whole kneecap
Dude,
comes
it's
completely
just
off.
gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah, I don't know. The part with Abby just playing through, as soon as you saw the city and you see the outpost, you immediately get that feeling okay, we're looking for somebody, and the only other person we've been so far is Joel, so this can't be good. They lead you through. One thing I do have to say is that I love one of the game's mechanics that they put in here, which I think every goddamn game should have, which is if you see a gap that looks like you could usually push yourself through there, most games just leave it as an empty void and you can't do shit. You just can't get through there. But this game gives you a button to push where you can squeeze yourself through tight little spaces.
And granted, it's
I
probably
love that mechanic.
loading
so
the next area, but it's
Well, yeah, but
Sometimes there is times that they use that gap mechanic where it's oh, I'm in an encounter, I can just squeeze through
right, yeah, you're right.
building
When you're
into another building.
during combat, you mean?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
use that really well.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I really enjoyed that.
Oh, so if we're gonna shift to gameplay momentarily, that mechanic, being able to go prone, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, and
Prone is such an improvement.
it's a game changer. I love when you get
Yes.
when you get shot onto and you fall into your back, and you can still
Yeah.
aim and shoot.
You can still shoot. Yes, it's
Great.
very. I know this has been used by other people, but it's very Metal Gear. I remember playing that, and you're on your back and you can shoot, and it was that was a game changer
Oh.
back then.
I think it's funny. It's funny that you bring up Metal Gear because this game is the worst. I saw this in another video. I just couldn't help but bring this quote over. It's the worst bait and switch since Metal Gear 2.
Yeah, well, yeah, like
because you start playing as Snake for a minute,
Yeah.
and then it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh no, you start as Raiden, and you think that you're Snake, but you're
Yeah.
not. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So stupid.
Yeah,
But that
so
game is great. You know what I mean? That game is so awesome.
The beginning area with Abby, like we said, it's
What was
just
that?
truck.
Oh.
Basically, more tutorial. Like
Yeah, yeah.
teaching you squeeze through things, run and jump,
Run away.
just run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Which
you
that scene is cool.
flashlight for the first time. Basic tutorial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, all through here, there's really not much to it other than just little things you can find hidden around all over the place, which I got yelled at constantly for. I know how entertaining a game is when by the end of it I have an audience with me watching the finale of the game on the couch.
Yeah.
So I grew a crowd with this game.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and my son watched me finish the end of this game because they had become invested just walking through while I was playing it.
Same.
So I will say, I decided, like, I had a couple friends from another community that I'm in that were like, hey, we're not going to play this game, but, like, we want to watch you play it. So the whole game I streamed in Discord for, like, 3 to 4 other people. So, like, the entire experience, I got to, like, have, like, 3 or 4 people watch me playing and, like, reacting to the things that were happening, which was a really cool, unique
That's
that I
awesome.
think that, most
one of the things I got was criticism for taking so long looking at all
yeah,
this.
yeah, same. Yes.
I
Like,
mean,
all right, guys, I'm gonna go
Stop
there.
with the PlayStation 3, seriously.
The Last of Us 1 and 2, the name of the game is stock up on resources and hang on
Yeah.
to them. So
Resource the game.
this 5 years later world is just a bit more plentiful. That's all. Even on hard.
Yeah, so I really just feel like, just to make sure we don't lose anybody, you see this city with Owen and Abby. You get to control Abby. You learn new mechanics. You are trying to get over to the outpost. You ditch Owen because Mel's pregnant, and you can see that that's obviously upsetting you.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, you don't know who Mel is. She's just some
Yeah.
random person.
Right,
She's
right.
Mel's pregnant.
No,
and
she's
you're like,
Owen's
"Oh,
new
really?
girlfriend. She's Owen's
Okay.
new girlfriend. That's
Fine, I'm gonna go do my own thing.
But
Yeah.
that's you only know her as Owen's new girlfriend, and Abby
Yeah.
is clearly Owen's old girlfriend. So that's like, but obviously Owen doesn't want to get into shit too deep because his girlfriend's pregnant.
I didn't even pick up on that. I thought they might be like brother and sister at the time. Or
Yeah, I
something
didn't
like
know
that.
they were exes. Like, I didn't pick up on that right away either.
Oh
Like,
no,
really,
because she's
really,
like
you
no,
brought your pregnant girlfriend along for
no,
this.
because at one
I
point,
thought
feeling
she
I
was
got.
pissed because he found out she was pregnant,
No.
and, like,
what?
he didn't want to go on with the mission.
I think you
Yeah,
guys
I didn't
are
necessarily-
remembering it wrong. Hold on, because he says Owen says he goes at one point he's like, "Oh, what are you jealous?" And she's like, "No, thanks. I've had my fill." And then like further along down that snowy trail, she says something again, and he's like, "Stop flirting with me," you know?
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't like I held on to that viewpoint for a while, but when she first says it, I wasn't
right.
sure.
I see.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mike, what were you saying? Sorry, cut you off. You had
No,
an audience.
yeah,
They didn't
so-
want you looking at the items, and then Abby, Mel, pregnant, Owen.
Yeah, so she takes off on her own to go try and get to the outpost when she gets overrun by zombies, which is where we encounter Joel and
Right.
Tom.
Right, so that whole scene happens, and it's a very gripping moment. Ellie's freaking out, and we don't learn until later that the reason she's freaking out so bad is... I heard another interesting perspective on this, and that's that Joel, ever since the first game, ever since Sarah died in the first game, which really The Last of Us could kind of be called Sarah's story. She's the first person you play as, ever,
Yep.
in the whole thing. From that point on, Joel's like a fucking, he's like a man avoiding, like he's like on borrowed time almost. He was supposed to get shot right there with his daughter, and he didn't die, so like he's just a man waiting to die, right?
Yep.
And you can't even, like, Ellie kind of probably knows that. I think she's freaking out because that one scene where she says, you know, this is skipping way ahead, but when you get to a different flashback and she says, you know, I don't think I can forgive you for what you did. but I think I want to try. And they were trying, and it's, you know, it's when you get that cutscene when you finally, like, the one little bit of, like, okay, they didn't make up, like, so much, but at least they were working on it. You know what I mean? Like, because when they kill him in the beginning of the game, after seeing, you know, how she acted in the cabin, or in the house.
I think. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not sure what kind of like format we want. I don't think like. Hopefully, if anybody's watching this, they've played through the game, so we probably don't have to recap every last detail.
You're right. You're right. We're just
if
getting.
We're gonna jump ahead till the end there, like, and like what I think you're talking about, Mark, is like what I think this game does really good, and the last game did really good is grief and survivor's guilt, and clearly, like Joel had like terrible survivor's guilt from the experience with his daughter throughout the first game, and this game, Ellie's introduced to that. She was not on good terms with him. Yes, they had like talks about it and everything like that, but that's why she like panics so much, because like she hasn't forgiven him in her mind. You know, like he knows. And I think now as players by the end of the game, we realize that like he knows that they're going to be better, and that's a good thing for him. But for her, it's like I never forgave him. And for anybody that's lost anybody, like that's one of the worst things. The last conversation, like I was so fucking stuck in this, I couldn't forgive him. Like that is gonna haunt her for the rest of her life.
Right, and we see that in that very calming section, that meditative part of the game where you're at the farm. It's her and Dina. Dina's and JJ is there, and you're just walking around doing home life stuff, and everything seems good. And at that point, I thought the game was over. I was like, oh wow, they're gonna wrap this up with a nice little bow. And then you go into the barn, getting the sheep, and she's like PTSD, panic attack, fucking going down those stairs when she finds Joel in the house, and like it's a dark hallway of stairs, and I was like, oh shit. When that happened, I'm like, imagine like playing like Max Payne style in like a fever dream of fucking crazy. Like they could literally do the Uncharted thing and have like crazy madness and fight like a giant clicker that was 100 feet tall. I'm like, is that what's about? When I saw the Rat King thing, I was like, yo, that's when Abby's in the hospital, right? You fight that. Yeah. That shit, I was like, wow. Horror game. I'm genuinely afraid of this thing right now. Like, when I first saw it, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
It was wild.
I don't mean to, like, jump us to the end of the game or anything like that either, but if it's going to come up, like...
No. That's what we're doing here.
It's relevant to that part as well. Like, that whole thing is...
But to be fair, though, like, I feel like a big almost issue that I have with this game is the way that it plays out. And I think the way in which it reveals things to you is very important, whether you like it or don't like it. And I feel like I almost fall on the side of not liking it, where it's like with the given context, like after everything's finished, you can go back and okay, like, yes, like, the reason why Ellie was so upset when she saw Joel die was because the last conversation that she had with Joel was kind of like an argument, right? And, like, you know, she was, like, just on, like, giving terms to him, like, hey, I want to start to repair this relationship. And then he dies and she doesn't get that opportunity and stuff. But, like, I feel like the way that the game plays out, it's like when... like it doesn't have that same feel to me. I don't know. Like I feel like until the very end of the game, and even like overall, like I think my grand scope of things is like I absolutely hated Ellie's part of the game. I think it's the worst part of the game. Like she doesn't grow as a character at all. Her emotion is one note throughout the entire game. It doesn't change. It doesn't make sense until you get to the end of the game where it kind of explains why she was acting the way she was. But like that didn't change the way I felt playing through her like side of the game.
I totally get that.
Like the whole time I was playing it, like if we want, I don't know how we're gonna do this, right? But like,
it's your show.
The whole time playing as Ellie, I was like, why is she, like, I get that Joel died, I understand that, but I also at the same token, like, understand that, like I didn't even necessarily know that, like, I got spoiled, so I knew that Joel was gonna die, right? Like, I saw a thumbnail of Joel dead, essentially. Like, it was like I knew he was dead. I didn't know how he was gonna die. What?
Is that all you knew? Like, because I didn't see the spoilers. Because
So I knew that, like, I kind of half got spoiled, right? I knew that Joel was gonna die, but the thumbnail that I saw was Joel laying dead, and then in white text it said, "Ellie kills Joel."
Oh God!
And I was like, in my head, I was thinking, like, how does that happen? Like, the only way that I can see that happening is like
spoiling the game for you.
If, like, she found out that Joel lied to her and she was so upset that she, like, killed him in rage. But in my head, I was like, I don't even know that worked. So, like, I was kind of weary going into it. I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel if that actually plays out. But it seems like that's a thing because, like, the screenshot that I saw was clearly, like, that's not a Photoshop. Like, that's definitely Joel dead. And then, like, Naughty Dog came out and confirmed, like, hey, we understand these leaks are real. And I was like, wow, like, so Joel really dies. Like, I know this now. But, like, it still was a shock to me that how quickly he died and how he died, right? But, like, to me, Ellie's section, like, when you go through her, like, the first 10 hours of the game for me, like, were the worst 10 hours of the game. I feel like the back half of this game is tremendously better than the first half. Because, like, the first half of the game is just Ellie's angry, and, like, justifiably so. Like, she watched Joel die, right?
Well, her whole life, Riley, her mom, Riley, Marlene, Joel, and then it continues with Dina, you know, at the end.
But that's my point of, like, I feel like it doesn't make sense, and this is why I feel like I don't like that arc of the game, is where, like, it's like Ellie's mad that Joel died, so she wants to go kill the people that killed Joel, which I get, but then at the same token, she's, like, not caring about the people that she has now and the people that she cares about now. She doesn't care if they die or they're put in danger as long as she kills the people that killed Joel. But then also when she gets to those points in the game, she, like, questions herself, which makes it very weird because it's like you're willing to put these people that you definitely care about now at risk to kind of sorta get, like, what you think is, like, the right outcome of things. And to me that doesn't make sense at all. Right? Like it's just weird. Like when you know, like, to kind of fast forward when like her and Jesse are having that conversation of, like, hey, like, we found or, like, I think it's Ellie is wanting to go to the aquarium because that's where she thinks Abby is, right? And Jesse, they hear on the radio that there's somebody at the marina that's sniping, and then Jesse's like,
being Tommy.
Yeah, Jesse's like immediately like, hey, that's Tommy. That's where we want to go, so we can go get pregnant Dina out of here. That's what we should want. And Ellie's like, no, I'm gonna go to Abby. That's what I want. Yeah. And, like, to me, that doesn't make sense at all.
Well, it's like, selfish like Joel was.
You're valuing, like, the anger that you have towards, like, these people over the people that you care about. And it makes sense at the end of the game when they explain that, like, she was trying to forgive Joel and then she never got that opportunity, so maybe that, like, her going out and killing all these people is her forgiving him. But, like, in the context of the game and how it plays out, to me, it doesn't work. Like, that section of the game, it's like, why are you doing this? I don't understand. Like, this is clearly the way out. You have somebody here that wants you to do the thing that you're doing. Everybody agrees. You've already said, like, Dina's pregnant. I don't want to harm her. Let's get out of here. But then you make this weird decision to keep going on without anybody else. And, like, to me, it doesn't make sense until you get the ending, like, the very, very ending of the game, which to me just doesn't work. Like, that, Ellie's 3 days in Seattle, to me, are, like, the worst part of the game.
Okay.
And this is when I love this show, Pop, right here, because, all right, ready? Hot take on this. My 3 days as Abby was the worst part of that fucking game that I have ever played. I did not care.
Yeah.
When I came into this game and I started 3 Days in Seattle as Ellie, and I played through, I thought that this game was going to be, yet again, following a character through a story arc. You get to the end, and it becomes a question of the greater good or the selfish good. You know,
Yeah.
Do you look out for you or do you look out for the group? And that's what it was going to come down to again.
Yeah.
And when they Tarantino'd me and threw me back 3 days and made me play as Abby, I was pissed. I didn't care.
Yeah.
I was so done. The length that they added to the game by doubling back on the same 3 days, I get it. You get a lot of information for playing two different perspectives, but I do not care about Abby. I don't care about any of those people we left gutted like a fish. I don't care about, what's her name, Yara. I don't care about Lev. I don't care about any of them. I wanted out of that situation completely. And when they gave me control as Ellie again at the end, I was like, I don't know why we didn't come right here in the first place. You could have replaced Lev at that point, to me, with any kid character following Abby along.
Yeah.
And I would have felt the same way about it.
I kind of agree with you. My dog is like barking like crazy now, so I have to take her out real quick. But I have a lot to say about this, so just give me 1 second.
No,
I
absolutely not.
I wanna talk about both those.
Yeah,
those
I want to
things,
talk
too.
about everything. So,
All right.
go ahead.
Because sorry, he's not here, but I understand what Pop's saying. But if you think about like how it played out, like if they gave us those flashbacks beforehand, I would have understood her revenge quest less. They had to give me that at the end because I was already ready to forgive way before Ellie was. Like I think most people would be, but neither of us are in the terrible situation. Like it wasn't our people and whatnot. So when I play,
You're my
when
people.
I play any game, when I play any game, I wanna. What I try to do is instead of doing what I would do, is do what that character would do. Like
Right.
that's like it's role playing, but not what like role playing game means. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Like this game more than or Naughty Dog games, I think more than lots of other games, they put you in the role of an actor.
Yeah.
Because you know
It's like
Uncharted was
escapism.
marketed as like people can watch you play this game and it's like a movie. You know.
Yeah, I like to call these narrative blockbuster games.
Yeah.
Like they have a real good story, and like you could get the whole family on the couch and be like, check this shit out. Except for this is like, you know, you're slitting a lot of throats and stuff, so maybe not the whole family.
This one definitely less than Uncharted, but so I was definitely more prone to forgiveness, but I'm a forgiving person anyway than Ellie would be. But I could understand her motivations, and as the flashbacks come, I had to have those later, or else I would have understood. I would have been even more mad at Ellie. Like, yes, I understand you're still distraught and everything, but Ellie's kind of mantra, even after the first game, is still this can't be for nothing, and she totally feels like Joel died, and I need to do something about it.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't. He died for nothing.
I'm with Mike though. When I took over as Abby, like, I don't want to be her. Like, I'm gonna try and whatnot. And
I see you gearing up. Hold on. Let me get one thing in there.
Go.
I just want to say that like my experience with the whole thing was when I very first took control of Abby, I was like, okay, this is what we're doing. Like, are we just? Hey, I got the same vibe that Mike got. This is like tutorial shit. Then when she kills Joel, you're like, fuck, do I have to play as her still? Because Joel is like my guy from the first one. You know what I mean? Like regardless, like if Naughty Dog's telling me the story that they want to tell, they put me in the shoes of Joel. So like Paul said, I'm gonna play as the way the character would play. Like I'm not gonna try and impose my morality on these characters when it's not that type of game. They could have went the route of like, okay, do you want to kill the doctor or not kill the doctor? Do you want to do this or do? But they don't. They stick to their guns, and that's what they're doing. But later on in the game, I started enjoying playing as Abby, and the reason is because I'm such a fan of narrative blockbuster games where they're telling you this, this story, and it looks very beautiful, and like everything is, it's grounded in reality. You can believe it, what's going on the screen. Like I love that. So I was like, okay, this is cool. And when they told me, when I went like that, I think this game was all about moments, right? When that moment hit, when you're like, okay, Abby's dad was the surgeon who was going to do the surgery on Ellie. And Joel just went in there and without even thinking about it, cut his ass down. So right at that point, I'm like, you know what? I feel bad for Ellie because Joel died. But do I feel bad for Joel? I feel bad for Tommy. Tommy seemed like he kind of, he did some fucked up shit in the beginning too. That's implied, but he, came around.
For his wife, what's her name there?
Maria.
Yeah. Is anybody gonna tell Maria? Like at the end, everybody kind of runs off in their own direction. We have no clue that.
Tommy got fucked up. I thought he died.
Back to Jackson.
Okay, they definitely killed Tommy and then just brought him back. He got shot in the head. I don't understand how he lived.
What? People get shot in the head and live.
They're like, it grazed his. Lost his mind.
I think it went through his cheek.
I don't know, dude. That cutscene, when you go back and look at it, it's like, I was like confident. I was like, oh, Tommy's dead. Like, he got shot in the face. So like,
but anyway, I think it's just before we because I know Pop, you had something you want to say about what we were just talking about. So I think it's really just important to really hit it home that the character of Ellie, while she is sort of one note and not very empathetic and really kind of just like a dick to everybody, she doesn't have any faith that Dina's really into her. She's kind of like second guessing herself all the time. Oh, don't give me the guitar. What are you doing? I don't want this thing. She's just, but you gotta always remember that she says in the first game, everybody that I cared about has either left me or died. And that still holds true at the end of this game. Every single person. So, we went through the list. Her mom and Riley and Marlene and Tess and Joel, obviously, right?
But see, that's what I'm saying. Is
Jesse, Dina. I guess the girl Kat, the one who did the tattoo that they mentioned only briefly. They're all gone from her life, and she's still just sitting there it's a post-pandemic world where there aren't therapists to go talk to about your post-traumatic stress disorder and about your panic attacks. And she's just sitting here, not knowing how to cope with the fact that the one person that didn't want to leave, the one person who was ready to stick around for her, who she couldn't forgive, is dead now, and she can't talk to him again. And that's why I think it justifies her. It doesn't really justify her, but that's why it makes sense that she leaves Dina at the end. You know what I mean? Because she's like, look, I can stay here with you and pretend like everything is fine, but it's just not fine. And the only thing I can think of to do to make it okay is to go and do this. And maybe she didn't know what she was actually going to do, because when she gets there, she fights her and she has Lev at knife point and gets her to fight, and then she's got her head underwater and she's going to kill her. She's basically dead. You won. So she won, and then she's like, wait, is this going to make me feel better? No, and lets her get up and leave with the kid, because she puts two and two together. Abby's just, it was her dad. She lost her dad, and now I'm mad because I lost my dad. You know what I mean? How is that? That's not really justice. Joel robbed Abby and Ellie at the same time on the same day.
Yep.
You can't really sit here and go and write all your stupid ass reviews on Metacritic that we miss Joel. He's a piece of shit. I love playing as Joel, but he's a fucking asshole, right?
But Joel would at least commit, man.
Sure, great.
No, both Abby and Ellie pussied out from killing each other.
Joel's a great video game character, but a terrible person.
To be fair, though, see, this is how I look at it, right? Is that before I get to what Mike was talking about how he hated Abby's section, is I feel with you Mark, saying that Joel's my guy and he's the main character, and it's I feel like they do a really good job of telling you that's not the case, right? It's Joel makes that decision at the end of the game, that I think the only way that you can look at that situation is that Joel made a selfish decision,
of course,
that benefited him, that didn't benefit everybody else. I think that, like I said, I think Ellie is the good character of the first game. She's the hope of the first game, and he clearly betrays that relationship. He does what he thinks best.
Yeah, no question.
Not what she thinks best,
no
right?
Question. Yeah.
And I think it's very intentional that the end of the game you play as Ellie. You don't play as Joel. Like at the end of Last of Us 1, you're playing as Ellie.
Yeah, he passes
right?
the torch to her.
Yeah, and then the DLC, who do you play as? You play as Ellie.
Yeah.
And then this game is about Ellie. I think that's very intentional.
Of course.
In the fact that, like, Joel, like, although he is the main character of the first game is Ellie's story, right? Like, it's a story about, like, she's the important one. She's the one that we have to protect. She's the one that we care about, right? And Joel ends up, like, you know, doing what's best for him, which isn't what's best for her. And then this game is a, like, reaction to that. It's a reaction to, like, the effects of what he's done for himself, not what she wanted or what, you know, like, could have happened for everyone else, right? So, like, I think that they do a really good job of, like, setting up the fact that, like, Joel really isn't, like, the important one. It's Ellie, and, like, Joel just happens to be the one that kind of, like, fucks things up.
Yeah,
for her.
Marlene could have brought her to anybody. She picked Joel and Tess because they got shit done.
And then to me, like what you're saying, Mike, like about like you hated Abby's section, like I completely understand that they like start Abby in like a huge hole. It's like you immediately want to hate her, right? Because like she killed the main character that you play as for the first game.
I didn't even hold the fact that she killed Joel against her. I didn't care about that at all.
You just mean as a mechanic you didn't like it?
To do with this new group.
Well,
that wasn't the story that I came into Last of Us 2 looking for.
Yeah,
I came here for Ellie and Joel and whatever's going to happen there. And yeah, there's other people, but there's been other people like in the first one. Like you said, you know.
Well, that's why it's told like an
evil of man still out there.
It's told like it's a novel. You know what I mean? Like it's different perspective. That's just the direction they went. It's not going to be for everybody. That's you know.
I made a pros and cons list for this game, like just to like reference when we're talking about it, right?
Okay.
And one of the cons that I have is I feel like this game feels like the third game. Like I would have loved to have seen the second game be like, hey, it has nothing to do with Joel and Ellie. Abby's going to be the main character, and we're gonna go on Abby's story of her from, and maybe we don't even find out that her dad was the doctor or whatever. Right? We just get Abby's story, and then this third one takes place like it did here, where it's like you have Abby, you have Ellie. Because I think Abby starts in this like huge deficit where it's like you really care about Joel, you really care about Ellie because they're the characters that you know from the first game, right? Then Abby comes in and kills one of those main characters like super violently, where like you immediately like, I don't know who you are, and now I don't like you because you killed one of the two people that I care about in this game. And then I'm going to go play for 6-7 hours as the other character that I care about, and then they're going to leave me on this huge cliffhanger, which I think is a disservice to Abby, right? Like the way that they switch you over to Abby's gameplay, it's like the whole like first day of Abby, I was like, I just want to know how Ellie's story ends. Like,
first day of Abby, you just want to run her off the edge of a cliff and be like, okay, Abby's story over, back to Ellie now.
But I think when you look,
she was scared of heights and she fell, and that's what happened.
When you look at Abby as a character, like if you were to section this game off and go, I don't care what happened before Abby's story, right? Like you take day one from Abby, like the flashback to her dad as the doctor, and go from there to her fighting Ellie. Like if you take that section of the game and compare it to the beginning of the game to the point where that ends, right? Like the point where you switch, I think that second half of the game plays out so much better. The characters are developed so much better. The arc of Abby is so much more diverse and developed than Ellie's. Ellie's just, she's angry. That's all she is. She's angry before Joel dies. She's angry after Joel dies. She doesn't care about anybody else. She's just angry the whole time. And she shows no other emotion. She's just angry, always.
I read it.
It's like, oh, we've killed multiple people. We haven't killed Abby, sure, whatever. But Dina's pregnant. You care about her. We should get out of here. Nope, I'm angry. I have to kill the person that killed Joel. Like, all she is angry. Where I feel like Abby's story arc is so much more diverse and appealing to me, where it's like, she got what she thought she wanted, right? Like she thought what would make her happy is killing Joel, right? Because Joel killed her dad, and then she kills Joel, and like I feel like she quickly realizes like that changed absolutely nothing, right? Like I gave up everything that I had to kill Joel. I gave up my relationship with Owen. I don't have, like, so that like.
Well, no, I feel like hold on.
Relationship I
have because they could have killed him and then gone back and just been done with it right there.
Yeah, I feel like she gave up. She didn't give up much when she killed Joel.
I know. I feel like they do that.
No, I feel like she gave up everything.
Flashback.
She gave up everything
to kill Joel.
No, to save Lev. Yeah, that's when she gave up everything. She could have went and lived a comfortable life and just went back to the WLF. And if Ellie came within a foot of that football stadium, a mile of that football stadium, she would have been toast. You know what I mean?
See, but I feel like they do a really good job of establishing that whole group of people that came from Salt Lake City ended up joining the WLF don't actually care about the WLF.
Right, but if Ellie came looking for Abby there, she wouldn't stand a chance. But Abby couldn't leave well enough alone, and that's how it ended up being what it ended up being. And Abby ended up being like,
what I'm saying is like
really righteous character.
When I say I think she gave up everything, it's the fact that like they go to that flashback, right? Like her and Owen clearly have chemistry there. They're flirting with each other, right? They go to the aquarium. They're having a fun time, and the whole time Abby's like, "But we have to get back to training. We have to get back to training. We have to get back to training." And Owen's like, "No, we're having a good time. Like, let's just keep going. And we have to get back to training. We have to get back to training." And why is she training? She's training because her goal is to find the person that killed her dad, right? Like, and I feel like that is her goal the whole time. Is like, all I care about is finding the person that killed my dad. And you find out in the flashbacks that's like, Owen could care less about that, right? He cares about Abby, so he cares about that, right? But like, he doesn't really care about that. Like, he wants to start his own thing. He's always at the aquarium. That's away from the WLF, right? Like, he doesn't really care. Like, he wants Abby. He doesn't want what Abby wants, right? Like,
well, I think you can fill in some of those blanks. I do think that it's important that she got her revenge. To the point you had about Ellie not being, it's really tough to be on Ellie's side through the first half of that game, because it's like, I understand you want revenge, but we all already know the revenge storyline. It's a story, and we know that she's not going to get what she wants out of it. So it's manipulative the way they do it, but they kind of want you to not side with Ellie throughout the first half of the game. And then I still hated Abby when I took over as her, but throughout that, they manipulatively made me care for Abby as well. And by the end of that, when I'm Abby and I get to Ellie, I don't want to kill Ellie, because fucking Ellie from Last of Us 1, and I don't want Ellie to kill Abby either. I don't want either one of them to kill each other.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Keep going. Sorry, please.
No, go ahead. I lost my.
My bad. I was just gonna say that we could go into so many philosophical, deep conversations about our opinions on what these characters' motivations were and like why they did what they did, but the fact remains that the story is the story. And I think anybody who might find this podcast or this deep dive, whatever you want to call it, might be interested in a discussion on some of the other aspects of the game. I mean, I'm totally down for dissecting each little moment. I love it, and I could go for hours and hours tonight, but I know that that's not like reality.
Just really quick, on his point about not liking the direction with the flashbacks and everything like that. It's an interesting direction. It's definitely different, but if they did it the other way, then I feel like it wouldn't have worked as well, because if we knew both of their stories before that fact, it would have been more boring. Like, those reveals were important exactly when those reveals are given.
So again, I would urge that everybody go and listen to that official The Last of Us podcast, but Neil Druckmann says right from his own mouth that they had a version of the game where you learn much earlier, like right almost instantly, about Abby's father being the surgeon, right? and that it just didn't work that way. You know what I mean? Because like you've like what they wanted to do was make you say like I'm really reluctant to play as this character because they took something from me that I wanted, right? And then you start to empathize with that character. I think it's just much more impactful. So like I remember feeling sort of like the wind taken out of my sails when I had to go back and do the 3 days over again. I almost got like Majora's Mask vibes. I remember dying in Majora's Mask and being like, what the fuck is this? And threw the game in the garbage. I might as well have, because fuck that game. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, what do you mean 3 days and then you just keep doing the same 3? Like, that's what I was like, don't do this to me, Last of Us. Like, day 1, I just got through day 3. Like, what do you mean day 1? Like, what are you talking about? So I was a little deflated there, but I gotta say, referencing again to my tweet thanking the developers for the game that they gave us, and Paulie calling me out on it, saying like, did you really love every second of the game? Like, I really did enjoy my time with the game. Like, I spent way more time than I thought that I was going to be spending with this game. Given Naughty Dog's history, you're looking at like between a 10 and a 15-hour game. I was expecting a 20-hour game. I think when all was said and done,
34.
Yeah, I did like 35 and change because I was really looking everywhere. Like I tried to find it, and I still missed stuff, and there's still lots of collectibles that I didn't get. If we want to take it on a cool little different direction, we could talk about some of the fun stuff, like the cameos of the developers on the trading cards, which is a really cool thing. There was like one for Neil Druckmann, one for Bruce Straley, who co-directed the original game and is no longer at Naughty Dog. There's like sound designers and art directors and all kinds of cool little Easter eggs in there.
And I actually, too, like, not saying that we have to talk about every point that I wrote down, but, like, a lot of the stuff that I wrote down we haven't even mentioned yet. So, like, if we want, like, more stuff, I can throw out some.
I mean, I could spin a wheel and just pick a random person to pick a random topic, and we can go. If anybody has anything that they came into this podcast that they really... I mean, Paul, you said that you were thrilled to do this show because you're just dying to talk about this game with people. So, like, are we hitting those bullet points, or is there anything specific that you wanted to get into?
I mean, I think we're hitting a lot of the conversation. I love this conversation. I think that we're having everybody has good points and everything like that. It's interesting how everybody takes it. It's a great game to talk about. Like you said, we could get into these philosophical discussions. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, we're not going to have a 6-hour podcast.
Aren't we?
That.
Aren't we? No, don't rule it out. Well, we're at an hour and 32 right now. So I mean, I feel like we're in good shape.
Let me say this before we change topics. While we're talking about the flashbacks and stuff, right?
Yeah.
One little thing that irritated the hell out of me, which happened a couple of times with the flashbacks, but there were more than a few spots in the game where the only thing that I could do was push forward on the joystick and move the camera around, and you had zero control other than pushing forward. These moments drove me nuts. Okay. These all could have been cutscenes, and I feel like making you experience it by forcing you to walk while this conversation or whatever happens, just, I don't know, man. It just rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, Naughty Dog is.
I tried pushing buttons. Like at the end, you're walking around just Ellie with the baby. I'm like, can I push any other buttons? Like, let me throw the baby like a fucking bottle or something. Like, let me do something. But
even if you could like toss the baby up in the air or like rock the baby, like anything, like with the controller.
But nothing, dude.
Hey,
nothing.
Crunch, man, Crunch at Naughty Dog.
More than a few moments where I was stuck sitting there just pushing the joystick, going, all right, this game is already way longer than I was expecting, taking a lot more time than I thought that it was going to, and I'm having moments where I can't do anything except slowly walk forward.
Yeah, I get that. I think that's a valid
joystick forward. Like, you can't even just make it a cutscene. Like, if you want me to watch this and experience this, like, you need this information, make it a cutscene. Make it, oh, you squeeze through here, then you watch this thing. Great. But pushing that joystick, dude, felt like a slap in the face.
I really am getting a lot of Metal Gear vibes.
I feel like specifically with that one they're talking about, Mike, like the farm area or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I feel like for me at least, I got, because that's right after you have the Ellie Abby like fight.
Yeah.
And I feel like the whole time in
the Ellie Abby fight in the theater, right?
Yeah,
in the backstage area, right? Okay.
The Ellie Abby fight in the theater, and then you switch to the farm, and you're Ellie, and you're carrying the baby around, and you're just walking around, and there's not much you can do other than the things that the game wants you to do. The whole time in my head, what I was like going through is like, Abby, when is Abby gonna pop up? Like, I know that the story's not going to end with Abby just being like, "Let me never see you again." All right, Pete.
Can I just say this was one of my least favorite moments in the whole thing? Was that fight, how that ends, because she's got her dead to rights, every single last one of them, and she's got Dina, and she's gonna fucking cut her head clean off, and she's like, "Don't do it, she's pregnant." She's like, "Good," and that's the exact motivation that she should have, and it's only because Lev is there that she changes her mind and eases off and is like, "Okay, fine, I'm not gonna do this." Wait. What does she owe Lev? I mean, yes, they cut her down. They spared her life. They could have just left her there. But, I mean, outside of that, you just met this kid, like, legit 2 days ago.
Like, wait, Yara? Lev? I thought Liv.
Yeah. No, he's talking about Lev.
Because Lev is the one that tells him that she don't do it. And
this is what I was kind of talking about when I said that I feel like I like Abby's story so much more, is that I feel like Abby turns into Joel of the first game, where like she cares a lot, she cares quickly a lot about Lev, right? Like where it's the same thing with Joel in the first game. But Joel has no attachment to Ellie whatsoever.
Hold on, one at a time, because it gets like clogged up.
That's what I don't buy, is that how quickly it happens. It's literally 2 days, and she talks her out of murdering these people that she's been hunting since they did the terrible thing to her. And it only gets worse. I mean, she finds Owen dead. She finds Mel dead. Like,
well, that's what I want. Just real quick,
she felt about Mel. Like, to find Owen there, that's obviously got to hit something deep.
But I think that's what I'm talking about when I say that. Like, I think with Abby's story, right? Like, I feel like Abby and Ellie's story are exactly the same, except Abby's is just further along than Ellie's, right? Like, Abby's story starts with her getting her revenge. Ellie's story starts with her wanting to get revenge, right?
Okay.
And like, I think you see with Abby, she gets her revenge, and it doesn't do anything for her. Like when they do the second like show of Joel's death, so like you see Joel's death first as Ellie, and then when it switches to Abby, like like you're playing as Ellie, you get to the theater, you see Abby, and then it does a flashback of like the hospital and Abby, like young Abby at the zoo and her dad and all that stuff, and then it switches back to Abby's perspective as killing Joel, and she kills Joel, and then like all the people behind her are arguing, right? And you hear that whole conversation of Owen being like, "No, we can't kill everybody. We'd be just like him or whatever." And like I feel like that whole thing is like you see in Abby's face, she kills Joel, she finally gets what she wants, but she's still not happy. Right, like there's no relief there. It's like she kills Joel and nothing happens. It's just like, oh, she's the same. And then she kind of like comes to this realization, like, no, everybody stop. Like, we're leaving. We're not killing anybody else. We're leaving. Right, and that's how kind of that scene ends. And I think that Abby's like story through Seattle those days, right, is that she realizes that like what she thought she wanted, which was killing Joel, didn't do anything for her, and she still has no meaning, right? Which is the same thing as Ellie, right? Like Ellie is trying to find meaning for her life. She thinks that Joel robbed that of her, right? So now her only option, she thinks, is, well, Joel died, so if I go and kill all the people that killed Joel, that will give meaning to me.
Yep.
And I think that Abby is like, well, I thought that would give meaning to me. It didn't, so what will? And then she finds these kids that like she ends up not really caring about, but then all of a sudden she starts having dreams about them. And then, why am I having dreams about these kids being hung? Like, what's going on? Like, and then all of a sudden that becomes her purpose, is like, well, like, maybe I want to go check up on these kids, and then she starts finding out more information. And I think that's where, like, Abby's character differentiates from Ellie, where, like, he has the depth there, where it's like when you really think about the first Last of Us, like, the first half of that game, Joel doesn't care about Ellie. Ellie tries to have conversations with him. She, somebody dies and Ellie brings it up, and Joel's like, we don't want to talk about that, and then just moves on. Right? Like, he doesn't care about her at all, which I think is what Abby initially, her relationship with Lev and Yara are, right. And then she realizes quickly that, like, this, like, I think that scene that Lev has right after Yara dies, where Lev says, like, your people killed my sister, and she goes, "You're my people. You're my people."
Yeah, it's great.
Right?
I love that line.
That's, like,
it's a great
super,
line. Give it up for Laura Bailey. As Abby.
She does a fantastic job.
So good.
And she doesn't deserve the hate. Like, I understand people don't like Abby as a character
death
because
threats
of
and all this
like,
shit.
She does a great job as the game. I don't think
stupid.
she as an actor should be getting hate. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
Just doing her job, you mean?
I think, yeah, exactly. I think story-wise, like, she realizes, like, that, like, I think one of the things that Joel says a lot throughout the first game is, like, you have to find something to keep fighting for, or, like, worth fighting for, or whatever. And I think, like, Abby finds that with Yara and Lev. She doesn't really care about the WLF. She doesn't really. She thought she cared about getting revenge on Joel, but that didn't really do anything for her. And the thing that matters to her is, like, hey, I found these kids that I kind of care about, and, like, this is what I want to go for. So then when one of them, when Lev goes, like, Abby, and, like, kind of, like, pauses her when she's in a moment of rage, and she gets to think about, like, oh shit, like, I have this kid in front of me that, like, I care about, and I want to, like, have it an impact on. Should I be like this she's pregnant, good, and, like, put a knife to her. Maybe I shouldn't do that in front of this child that, like, I've kind of taken in as my own. Like, I don't know.
Like I said, I hear the argument. I'm just not sold on how fast it happens.
Okay. Yeah,
I hear you on that.
2 days, you get changed your life, while it took Joel seasons, like a year or whatever.
I hear you on that, but I think, like, that's what these games are all about. Like, in every one of these games, somebody loses somebody, and they make terrible decisions, or something bad happens. And I think a lot about the whole point that they're constantly trying to get through to you is, like, how do you move on from the grief of losing someone? Yeah. And the only way to do that is, I don't want to say replace, but to fill that hole in you. Yeah. And the only way to do that is with love for somebody else.
That's maybe not the only way, but a great way to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, booze works too.
Yeah. But exactly. Yeah.
But I think, like, that it might have happened quick, but I feel like as we're playing this game and we know what happened in the first game and we know what happened in the second game, they kind of do, like, it does happen very quickly, but still, I feel like it was believable. Like, I think that Abby could relate to the character. I think that, like, she clearly saw them as innocent people, and she understood. She already wasn't, like, full on with the WLF. Like, they were torturing people and doing terrible shit, and that might be some of where she got her terrible decision to torture Joel, and she realizes that didn't work out so well.
For the guy, played by Jeffrey Wright. Great actor, great character. I wish we got more of him. What was his name?
Isaac.
Yeah. I remember they. Okay, but I have like, if everybody's okay, I have, like, a cool segue. I'd like to shift gears a little bit here. We've got the opening sequence of the game. We've got Jackson, that community there, Jackson. You've of course got your common enemy amongst everybody is these infected, right? Yeah. Which, by the way, the scariest of the infected now are the stalkers, the ones that hide from you, and that's. Hold on. But I'm talking about enemies here. We got to talk about some enemies. You have the WLF, who you play as sometimes, but there are also sometimes enemies. But we haven't really talked. We talked about Yara and Lev, but we haven't really talked about the Seraphites, or as the WLF calls them, the Scars. I would say that they are, like, the most terrifying enemies in the game. When you first encounter them, you have no idea what the fuck the deal is. You kind of start to get these religious cult vibes early on, but I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the Seraphites and the
way they whistle.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
the whistle.
I was gonna say.
I thought for sure that Ellie learning to whistle in the first game was going to be like a tool that you got to use against them to lure them away from. Like, I was like, how did they miss the mark on that? That was one thing that I was like, a big bullet point in my notes was like, why is whistling not like a game mechanic? Because Ellie spent so much time like in the first game trying to whistle, and then she finally does. I remember it was like a beautiful moment in the game in the first one too. She's like, I did it, I whistled. You know what I mean? Joel's just like, shut up, you stupid kid, I hate you. But the Seraphites.
One of the things that made the Seraphites so great, I thought, and the whole game, like the sound design in this game is fucking exceptional.
Fantastic.
But
amazing.
The Seraphites, like as human characters, like yeah, the wolves, like they talk to each other and they call their dog by name and everything like that, which was really cool. Don't get me wrong, but the Seraphites with the whistling,
they killed Adrian.
They're like their statements, if they're like half dead, like they're pronouncing their religion and everything like that. Like,
yeah,
it made them such a different and interesting like group. Like
on
top of their mechanics and everything, which we're going to talk about in a second. I just wanted to bring that up really quick because like. That was one of the things I really, really enjoyed.
They went into
throughout the game, the sound design, but the Seraphites, like, it was an interesting new take on that. With the whistling, was just like,
the
key of
the whistling was great. It made them like, especially as playing as Ellie through those sections. It's like you didn't really know anything about them, and then all of a sudden you come across them, they start shooting you on sight, and they're whistling, and it's like this weird, like I don't know what's going on with these people. What the fuck are they doing? Like. It was mysterious and like weird,
and like some of them have guns. Like they're all like kind of against technology. You come to find out, but they will use guns and they'll use bow and arrows and blunt objects.
That very first section where you encounter them as Ellie, where it's like a small, like I think it's like a park in Seattle.
Yeah,
that like you have to like cut through it and like they're in there. Like that
real life part.
One of my favorite part of the game.
I wanted to ask you about that because you lived in Seattle. Like how well did they do it?
Places in this game. I think it was Pioneer Square where you first meet up with the Seraphites. But there's multiple parts in the game where like, I've been here before. Like the convention center was probably the
convention center was.
I love that too.
Like,
I know.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I've been in this hall in PAX before, and it was just a small part of it, but it was still like, oh, this is
They reference all of us. They're like, they had conventions here for like people who are into nerdy shit. Like, probably like you, but even crazier. That's what Jesse says to Ellie. Such a cool. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's fans of like video games, and then there's fans of like. Good, like feels good on the sticks, and fans of good story. And for me this time around it was like fan service is what I was after, and they provided it in spades. But I don't want to get off topic. We were talking about the Seraphites.
That first section of the Seraphites is one of my favorite parts, and I think all of the sections that you play as Ellie versus the Seraphites are really, really well done. I don't like them as much as Abby, like going to the island and like that whole section of the game
that was like Uncharted-ish. It was very bombastic.
Like everything's on fire. Like, why am I killing these people? Like, I feel like I.
Well, you were killing Seraphites and wolves at that section, like just indiscriminately.
What I thought was interesting, really quickly about that, is throughout the game, like I think Mike brought it up before. Like, I don't care about these people that I'm shivving and everything like that. Like. When I first got to Seattle, I was killing wolves like they were going out of style. We were going to kill every single one until we ran into the first dog, and then we're like, maybe we should just move ahead from this part because we don't like killing dogs.
But, what the fuck is up with that, man? So many dogs.
And they made us kill that damn dog, and then you get to play with it afterwards. But anyway,
I did what the character would do, not what I would do. So I killed dogs in this game.
Yeah,
so I'm just
you don't have to though. There was multiple sections where
you do have to kill one dog.
There is one dog you have to.
They do make you kill one. There's one dog in the game.
The dog's gonna kill you if you don't kill it.
Every other dog in the game you don't have to kill.
Yeah, and we didn't kill any dogs. But like I said, like
you guys don't care about killing.
We were killing wolves. We don't care about the wolves. They killed Joel, right? It was a big wolf conspiracy. Apparently, is where I came into it. And then the Seraphites. they try killing you immediately. They're clearly like bad, but then you start talking to Lev and everything. So it's like when I got to the Seraphite Island, I don't think I killed a single Seraphite until I was completely forced to through like combat and shit like that. Like we snuck through that entire island, and I thought it was really cool. I didn't realize like so much of this game, you don't have to fight a lot. You don't even have to stealth kill. You can like just run a lot of the time, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
But and then the Rattlers, like those guys are fucking terrible. I had a blast killing those fuckers.
Yeah, those guys
and
suck.
they gave you so many tools to kill them in such interesting ways. And whatnot.
That was a really fun part because I got some. What is it? It's some sort of projectile like launcher. Is it a grenade? No, what? It's not the flamethrower. It's when you're in that like hotel set. The area. It was another game mechanic that I thought was really cool. Was they had infected that were attached to chains, and you could release. If you could sneak up undetected, you could release the infected onto them. I was like, yeah, this is like I could play like 5 hours of just this. This is super fun to go and just.
So many areas that I went into where I was like, okay, there's a bunch of people here, and I'm like, all right, so work my way through. End up usually just going out guns blazing by the end of it. Like the last 2 or 3 guys, it's like, all right, I'm out of silencer, I'm out of arrows, like, guess we're gonna make a bunch of noise now, and I'd end up killing everyone. But then when I was done, I'd look at the whole area that they had laid out for these people to patrol, and I'm like, oh, I could have gone under this thing, around this side, through this grass, jumped this wall, in through here, and like... Yeah. At the end, when you go into that like big compound area and they had all the zombies like chained up or like the ones in the pool and shit like that, like
that was pretty cool.
I looked at that area afterwards and went, wait, I could have released this dude to eat everybody and just sat back and watched this whole thing. Like I'm so disappointed I didn't see that the first time.
And
like
and
now
it's
everyone's
too,
dead and it's
because it's dynamic, because it's like AI driven. Like I've played through that section a couple times and like sometimes you can release it and it will mess up some people, and sometimes they're on point and they're just like, no, this zombie's dead, and it's like, oh, I gotta rethink my strat here.
Right.
But I just thought it was interesting how with the different groups, with my compassion meter changing throughout the game, I guess.
Yeah.
How I approach them in different ways and everything like that.
I right from the start felt like shit, like having to kill a dog. Like the first one that like charged at me, I was like, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, and then I like pulled the trigger and was instantly like, I didn't want to do it. Why'd you make me do it?
Hey,
your morality is really confusing me here because you're like pregnant lady, fucker, but this dog.
This dog, man. I don't want to hurt the dog.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Do you guys, while Papa is gone, want to take a quick bathroom recess?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's just do that right now. I got a screen ready and everything, so we can just do it. I'll put some music on and just come back, ASAP. Let's do it.
Word.
Here we go. Alright, we're back.
We're back.
Well, I
Doesn't
mean,
look like Mike is back yet.
wait, Mike's not back, but I turned the music off.
It's funny because I like I said, I made like a Google Doc just of like initial thoughts, like what do I think about the game, and then like here's a list of things that I really liked, and here's a list of things that I really didn't like, and like almost everything on the list we just haven't talked about at all, which is just like I think saying how like big of a game this is.
Yeah, don't get into it just yet because I noted the time that we took the break, and I'm just gonna cut it all out. And that's By the way, that's a great part about Anchor is that I could just do it right on their website. I don't have to like edit shit before I upload it. I just upload it and then cut out the part I don't want.
Hey, I thought we weren't going to do an Anchor ad.
Hey, I'm cutting this part out. No, but if we did do an ad right behind this sentence or in front of the sentence is what. Nope, that's getting cut out too. Let me see. Stupid. I'm so dumb. Okay,
So
we just took a little break and we're back. Go ahead, Mike. We were talking.
I was gonna say at the same time I have Last of Us gameplay playing in the background. I just came back to hear a bunch of squishing and
So, that's actually something that I'm interested to get your take on, Mike, because like I got at least I don't know via text, which is kind of hard to like take context over and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I got the feeling that you weren't a fan of the gameplay, so I'm curious as to see is like what you kind of felt about that.
I've got a feeling he didn't like the game at all.
Hey, I will say that on our 3-point scale, I give this one a solid meh.
Okay.
So
yeah, we do a 3.0. Paul, you know, you listen to the show, so you know it's either thumbs up, thumbs down, or meh. Well, I started introducing the 1/5
like
adjustments.
Can't do that. Makes things complicated. No, gameplay wise, like I said, there's a bunch of mechanics in here that I really enjoyed. The prone, the squeezing through different areas and things. The high grass I really enjoyed. I never had a problem where I thought, I'm in the grass. How do you spot me from 30 feet out? Like,
yeah.
I never had any of that. So
yeah, they get close and they can see you, but when
yeah, but that makes sense if you're standing right over something.
Right.
Like, hey, here I am laying in the grass. Yeah, but no, what really drove me nuts was how, like I said, the pushing the joystick to make me walk through a cutscene, like that kind of thing drove me nuts. Throwing me back 3 days after I just played it on a cliffhanger. Like, I guess more how they gave the story to me irritated me.
I agree. I agree with that.
Sometimes we take these critically acclaimed games, which in the effort of making this more podcast-like, I did throw in the document the Metacritic review scores, and it's universally acclaimed on Metacritic with a 94. Like a 94 on Metacritic is no joke. But the user score 5.6, which it was lower before when the game first came out, it seemed to even out, and that's about what I've seen on the internet. It's 50-50. People like it or hate it.
Yes.
But I would say that for a game like this that has this type of a score, it's almost like the perfect marriage between what the Last of Us gameplay was and what you'd expect from Naughty Dog's other sort of game. Like it's got Uncharted-ish feel to the gameplay, like the gunplay for the first time. I think maybe since they started developing games on the PS3, right? They kind of did good this time. The gunplay is not like that's what people seem to complain about in other Naughty Dog games, right? Like they fixed it in Uncharted 4, and Lost Legacy is pretty good. Like those two.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I would compare the gunplay in this to like Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy. Like it's on par. With that.
That being said, I threw this into the document as well, and I want to just bring it up while we're on the topic of gameplay, is the accessibility options that were included with this game, and how accessible it is to people who are maybe colorblind or even just blind in general, like can only see certain shadows or colors, and people who are deaf, people with tactile input disabilities. Like, did you guys click on this in the document?
Yes,
so
I did.
It's Sony's page of it, basically PlayStation's official release of the accessibility options that are available in The Last of Us 2. It's at the very bottom of the document, and it's insane, like how long this page is, just how long it takes to scroll to the bottom of this page. I have to point out that it's too long for us to go through the whole thing. There's no way that we could, like, it would be a whole podcast in itself. All the options, like, obviously if you have some of these disabilities, then you would need somebody there to help you set it up. But once it was set up, I they have like this, the very first one, the vision accessibility preset, where good characters are very high contrast blue and enemies are very high contrast red, and the entire environment is just grayed out. It almost looks like in development footage, sort of, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, textures are not rendered on these 3D models. It's not even that wild of an idea, but why it's not in every video game before it is just, that just shows how forward thinking this company is. Like, you've got to give the game praise for this, I think, whether you like it or not. Like, this is an example to be followed by more game companies. I read a quote earlier today that said, the best games are not going to be accessible to all people. That's like because of restrictions in the hardware that we have currently available. And I would be the one to say, and I'm sure many other people, that in the future, maybe the best-selling blockbuster games, 10 out of 10s, will be accessible to all people, given, we have the time to develop the technology for them to play them. But for the time being, to make this game so accessible, and it's a AAA blockbuster, 9.4 Metacritic, 4 million copies sold in the first 3 days, top number one game sold in June. For the whole month of June, number one game sold. That's including physical and digital sales, and we have to mention that from NPD's website, which I also included in the document, they do not consider Nintendo Switch online digital sales. So Animal Crossing very well may be the number one game, because if they're not including the digital downloads of Animal Crossing, like, that's a serious demographic like missing. But anyway, I mean, Naughty Dog doing their thing. Just picking out random things from this list. Like, it's the first time in a Naughty Dog game that you can remap every single button on the controller. And not to mention, Sony just released their back button attachment for the DualShock 4. Like, that gives you 2 extra buttons. I mean, it's not Microsoft's accessibility controller, which I don't know if you guys caught that Xbox controller. It's not that. But it's on the way. I think this is great. Like, everything I do requires my hands and my feet. I play drums. I like to play the guitar, even though I suck at it. I like to play video games. I make my money using my hands as a machinist. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't imagine living without, even, like, people say, like, oh, would you cut off the tip of your pinky finger for $100,000? Like, I want to say yes, but, like, the tip of my pinky finger, you wouldn't believe how important that is when it comes to playing the drums. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of need that there to make it easier to do, like, fast drum rolls and shit.
I think
so. This accessibility shot is all I'm trying to say. Is I couldn't imagine what it'd be like to be disabled, and good on them for putting this in there.
To piggyback off that, I think a good, like, video that people could reference when talking about this is, like,
the speed
run. There's a guy, he goes by The Blind Gamer, and he helped work on these, like, some of these controls, right?
I didn't know that.
He has a reaction video. It's him and somebody else that's legally deaf.
Okay.
And they talk about the game and how, like, basically, like, they both obviously have varying disabilities, but they talk about how this like raises the bar and sets the standard for how games should be. And I think they just do a way better job than any of us could do because they actually have those disabilities of
if you could
how this impacts and just the game. So like I think if you just Google or like
yeah,
YouTube,
if you could
like,
send me that, I'll put it in the YouTube video.
I would have to look it up, but I think it's just like The Blind Gamer or something like that. I think is his YouTube channel.
Yeah, look for that right,
does,
probably over there somewhere.
Yeah, and he does a review of the accessibility options in this game, and like I think they do a really good job of kind of explaining all of that from a standpoint of like I have a disability, so like this is what matters to me, and this is what like all of the stuff that I don't think we could really relate to because we don't have those same problems that somebody that's blind or can't hear has. But yeah, like definitely. They set the bar for that. I also think, like, on the same note, one of the things that I had in my cons list is that this is by far, like, blows everything out of the water. This is the most graphically impressive game I've ever played. From the cutscenes to the animations in the game, like, everything is just... I played on a PS4 Pro, and I played in the higher...
resolution
version of the game, but like I even put in my notes here, it makes me question, like this game makes me question next gen, because to me this is so far above anything that we have now, where it's like I can't imagine I can't imagine like if the PS4 can run this, which is so much better than anything I've ever seen. I can't imagine what the PS5, if it's supposed to be better, so much better than the PS4 can run. Like it's hard for my brain to register that.
Let me write this down. The title of this segment is going to be called "Pop and the Uncanny Valley," because that's what we're talking about here. It's that section of video games where you look, or 3D graphics where you look at it and you can't really you look at realism and you say like, I know that that's real, but something is a little bit off, and they nailed it. With the close-ups of the hands is the main thing for me. When I saw them play, like the way that their fingers indent from fretting the strings, I'm like, this is fucking unbelievable.
And like the faces, like the way the eyes squint and the skin around the eyes like wrinkle and like I don't know. There's just like whatever technology they have over there at Naughty Dog is just like incredible.
It's like a Naughty Dog thing too, where they were doing ridiculous shit on the PS3 as well. Where it's like
Jak and Daxter on the PS2 when they made no load screens for the entire game.
It's funny because one of the websites I like to follow is Giant Bomb, and Vinny has that joke where he's like, "Yeah, well, PlayStation gave Naughty Dog that extra processor that nobody else knows about."
Yeah, exactly. Crash Bandicoot. People looked at that game and said, "How the fuck is this happening?" But if you look at Andy Gavin talk about it, he breaks it down and talks about how they're really. It's not an extra processor, but there was system memory that was reserved for things that the PlayStation itself were supposed to do, and they went in and deleted system memory to make more room for their games to run on the play. Like, so the game you put in the Crash Bandicoot disc, then it like runs some shit to bypass and like remove some of the PlayStation's internal like RAM, and then like replaces it with shit that's required to run the levels of Crash Bandicoot. That's why Uncharted, when you go back and look at it, it looks like you're playing with like Barbie and Ken dolls. You know what I mean? Like plastic shine. And by the end of, when you get to Uncharted 3 and The Last of Us, it's like, oh wow, no, they figured it out. They know how to make games for the PS3 now.
Well, and I'll go even as far as saying like I have started to play through Ghost of Tsushima.
Ooh, and what a pretty game that is too.
It's a very pretty game, but I think the cutscenes in that game, especially when it comes to
Tails,
the characters' facial animations,
NPCs,
don't hold a fucking candle to The Last of Us. It's like night and day. The Last of Us is so much, like, so far above what they're doing, and it's clear, like, one is mocapped and one is 3D rendered. Like, it's very obvious, but it's just like, I don't know. I feel like,
well, it's hand keyed animation, is what, right? That's what you're talking about. Here's what I'll say. Ghost of Tsushima, I'm so I'm so like into this game right now. It's the game that I'm playing these days. We usually do start. We'll end this show with what we've been playing, but that's what I've been playing, and I'm addicted to photo mode. And it's good looking because it's stylized.
It's beautiful. That game is beautiful.
It's stylized. It's not like super realistic. It's not photorealistic. It's just very pretty. Like it's all about the light shining off the individual blades of grass in that game. Like fuck the character models. Anyway, back to The Last of Us Part 2, which is what we're talking about.
Naughty Dog is just squeezing every last inch of power out of the PS4 in this. The graphics are incredible. The sound design, as we already said, is great. The soundtrack is great. Accessibility options Mark's talking about, like that is a great thing. Like having a console game that you could change every input on should be the standard anyway. Like PC's been doing it for so long on most games at least. But like and even like something I brought up on the document was difficulty options. Like they have like fine tune your own custom difficulty options based off like
change your AI
you take, what the enemies are, like how many resources are available and stuff like that. Like that stuff is all like awesome like stuff that I hope other developers take, but it always seems like Naughty Dog is like leading this and everybody's like I don't know how they do that.
I don't know if you guys messed around with
They
those
do have
things
custom tools, though. Naughty Dog does have their own custom tool set that they. It's like the Naughty Dog engine. They're running a proprietary. They're not using Unreal or Frostbite or any of those things.
You can see it developing too. Like Mike talking about squeezing through areas. There was a little bit of that in Uncharted 4, like with I forget the character's name, Charlie maybe, who was like claustrophobic.
That's Uncharted 3. It's Charlie Cutter. Yeah.
Oh, it is Uncharted 3.
Yeah, and it's the dude. He's played by Graham McTavish.
Yes. But
yeah, that guy's awesome. I love Charlie Cutter. It's one of my favorite
whole idea
characters.
they had, like it started off with Uncharted, like when you walk by people, you touch them and whatnot, and they like kind of morph that into like being able to. It's just neat watching those games develop and how they learn from things and stuff like that.
Yeah, because they do that in Uncharted 4, and it's very clearly loading a new area, which is why most games do that. God of War did it the entire game. Like you shuffle through the thing and then you pop up.
Even Ghost of Tsushima does it. Like,
they all do it. Every game does it. It's like a very easy way to like not have a load screen. It's like this is the load screen.
Like Ghost of Tsushima, you die and like the enemies will like fucking like punch you and kick you and stab you after you're dead.
Right.
And it's because it's loading.
That's when it's loading.
But
But they really do a good job in Ghost of Tsushima of being like, okay, now you're dead.
Yeah.
And now you're right back in it. So it's like, it's a very short load time, even though it's loading in while the guy's coming over to slice your fucking throat with two swords. Like that's a very neat trick, and that's what it's all about. And I think I don't want to go on a Ghost of Tsushima tangent, but that's another reason why that game is like it's innovating in a way with like all these new sort of mechanics. Back to The Last of Us Part 2.
One thing, like I said, I have a list of pros and cons here, and most of the shit we haven't even like touched. What did you guys think about the music? Because I fucking love the music. Like, I think the music is like top tier. Like,
I'm a Gustavo Santaolalla fangirl, if I'm being honest with you. I
agree. Like,
I love listening to him talk.
I love the first game in the soundtrack, but like I know he didn't do the entire soundtrack for this game. I know like other people worked on it, but I just think like the keys in which like a cutscene hits and it plays certain music, and then a dramatic moment in the game hits and it plays certain music. I don't care who it is. I just feel like it is used. It reminds me of Breath of the Wild, in which like Breath of the Wild music is great, but it's used in very like important parts of the game. It's like you get to a town and the music for that town plays, and then once you leave, it doesn't play again. And it's like you're out in the wild and you'll get like a hint of the piano. And it's like the way it hits is like perfect, and I think this game does that really well, where it's like it uses the music for the moments in the game extremely well.
Really well.
I want to bring back to the guitarists in the chat here. In the opening of the game, I want to go back to that, or the scene with Ellie when Joel gives her the guitar in the very beginning. He plays the song for her, he tells the joke, he gives her the guitar, and he leaves. The guitar, while Joel was playing the Pearl Jam song, is capoed on the 2nd fret. And, hold on, and Ellie plays an open E, the low E, but it's capoed on the 2nd fret. So what note is that? Is that a G? It
G?
is? But so she plucks the string and it goes a boom.
It was an open E on the.
It's an open fret? It's an open E, the E string, open E, but it's capoed on the second fret, so it's not an open E. It's a second fret.
It's a F sharp.
That's an F sharp.
F minor.
No, because if you were gonna play a G chord, you would fret the E string with your middle finger on the second fret. Right? Oh no, the third fret. Okay, you're right. Okay,
Yeah.
What do I know? I just hit stuff with sticks.
I don't even know what fret means.
No, but I'm just saying she plays that note, and you're saying it's an F sharp.
Yeah, E, F, F sharp, G,
Yeah.
G sharp, A,
Okay.
and so on.
Okay,
and so
so she plays that note on the guitar, just plucks it, boom, and that just morphs into like this, like booming of that same note into the next scene. I'm like, whoever thought of that right there, that one little fucking 2-second transition. And this is another thing, like, you hate the story, you didn't play the game because you saw leaks, like, you're a fucking asshole. You're missing out on like so much amazing game design. Like, even Mike, like, I know right now you may not have considered the thing that I just brought up, and you didn't like the game so much, but I don't think there's a reality where you don't appreciate that transition. You know what I mean? Like, and people who don't play the game will not know about it, and it really drives me crazy, this 5.6 on Metacritic. I mean, whatever, have your opinion, but it's just...
That's a question that I also had for Mike, is like, I know you didn't like, because like I said, we've had kind of a little bit of conversation before this about, like, you kind of said, like, I'm not enjoying it, and I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. Like, I can understand the, like, mindset of, like, I didn't like where the story went, like, I'm not a fan of how they did that. But, like, how do you, like, overall as a game, would you say this is a, like, regardless of how you feel about the story, would you say this is a good game or, like, a bad game?
I would say that the game itself, other than being a little lengthy,
it is lengthy.
Still worth play.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still, like I said, on our 3-point scale, I'd give it a meh. But if you went to the 5-point scale, it'd probably be between a meh and a thumbs up. So it'd be like, you know, it's in that shaky area, but there's more things for me that just irritated me that would push it back.
Yeah. No, I understand.
I felt like there were a few points during this where they were like trying to push things in our faces because it's 2020. Like, we had that huge scene. Like, okay, even I went to the stereotype in Last of Us 1 where you go through the campus in the college, like right before the end of the game. It was like, oh, it's a college campus. There's no bongs here. But then to do a whole scene where they like find a weed house and let's hang out and be lesbians and smoke weed and like, oh,
hang out.
this guy doing his job. Look at us be irresponsible and naked and high and shit. Like,
Yeah, well, okay.
all right, you're gonna put that in our face, and then, you know, you got Abby who's jacked as hell. Like, you know,
Abby's fucking
never
ripped.
says
Did you
that
guys
anything
feel-
else is going on there, but she's fucking jacked.
I wish I
And
would have
Lev.
But like,
What do you
so they
mean by in your face?
off of like a real person. Like it's like Abby is based off of like a real person, and it's like it's kind of crazy because you look at the pictures of that person, and you're like, holy shit, like,
Well-
you're fucking ripped.
Wait,
Like,
wait. Abby's based off of, what's her name from fucking who's Ronda Rousey? No, she's not based off of her, but Ronda Rousey could play her in the movie. That's what I'm saying. Or in the HBO thing, if they do that.
I don't know.
I did see that they had the character design based off an actual. Like,
Yeah, no,
Pauline Foch.
Yeah.
Foch.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't understand the people's like, they were like, oh, why is this chick so jacked? I mean, because she worked out every day and ate like a lot of protein. That's why.
Which is what goes to my
That
point
makes
of, like,
sense
I
for
think
survival.
I think narratively they do a good job in like justifying why she is rare. It's like I think I don't know. Like on my Google Doc of like cons and pros that I had, like this is one of those ones where I had in both, where it's like I buy Abby's motive, but also it doesn't make sense to me. Like, and I know that's like a weird thing to say, but it's like I understand somebody killed her dad. She's angry. She wants revenge, but also she's like weak and like she knows she can't get revenge, so she trains for years and years, and she throws away everything that she has, her relationship with Owen, anything, to train because her only goal is like, I want to be able to kill the person that killed my dad. And like I understand that from like a narrative point, like I feel like they do a good job of explaining that, but also to me it doesn't make sense that like it makes sense that Ellie wants to go after the person that killed Joel because it's like moments after they kill Joel. To me, it doesn't make sense that like it's like 4 years later, and she's like, "I found a clue that says he's maybe in Wyoming. We should take a group of people and risk our lives to go there." And like that part doesn't make sense to me. Like it's like weird how they don't really explain that, like how Abby just gets a group of people 4 years after something happened to her, that she would convince a group of people to go risk their lives.
He literally stopped humanity from being saved. I don't think that's too hard. Like,
hold on, let's talk about.
Would be like, okay, I'm down.
No, I'm saying,
like Mel said, I didn't want to torture the guy. I just wanted revenge.
Right. Let's talk about that. That's what I'm saying. Owen and Abby seem like they're on the same page, but Owen breaks it down to Abby right off the get-go that like, yo, Mel's pregnant, they're not gonna agree with this, we gotta fucking think about what we're doing here. But Manny, let's talk about Manny for a second. Manny seems like he's down for the cause. Manny's ready to go shoot Ellie and Dina, like, and Tommy, like, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
like, you guys want to come in here trying to sneak up on us? Like, I'll shoot you right in the face right now. And Owen needs to, like, talk him off the edge. And then that dude who Ellie slices across his stupid ass face, he like goes over to shoot her instantly, and Owen stops him, and then he walks back around Owen. Like, when you watch it a second time, he walks around Owen and comes over when Ellie's screaming like, "I'll fucking kill you," and he comes over and kicks her in her face to knock her out. Like, you know, I don't think that everything is just copacetic inside that cabin. I think everybody's kind of like warring on each other, and Abby's just like, yo, I don't care what any of you people think. Like, I'm killing this dude. Like, oh, there's a golf club over here. Yeah, I'm using this. This seems right. Like, I think it's less believable that she could swing the golf club that good when she spends so much time in the gym. You know, she's not been playing golf. You know what I mean? Like,
and also I think they do a good job of like later on setting up that like, oh, they're in the like fucking football stadium, that's where they live. They have access to this like state-of-the-art gym that they can train in all the time. It's like, okay, like I get it, like that makes sense. Like,
yeah, Isaac seems like he's a guy who gets shit done, and it also seems like a pretentious group of people who would have the audacity to call themselves the Washington Liberation Front. It just seems like some douchey shit that Abby was like, okay, I'm here, I was a Firefly, and that didn't work, so let's try this other thing. It's almost like when you make like a website and it doesn't work right, so you rename it to something else and try to rebrand yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it's like she didn't give a shit about that. She cared about avenging her father's death only.
To me, it's like I understand that. Like, that makes sense. It's like she wants to avenge her father's death, but like when you look at the like just take Ellie's situation, right? Like, they kill Joel. Mm-hmm. It's like days later or weeks later, whatever. It's very recent. Mm-hmm. They kill Joel, and like Tommy goes. You have that cutscene of Tommy going to Ellie. And, like, you can tell Tommy is on Ellie's side, but also he's taking his, like, wife's side as well, where it's like, well, we'll be leaving Jackson open.
Until like, the end of the game.
Like,
when he doubles back, and he's like, what?
Yeah, I think that was kind of a front, because he wanted to do it.
I agree it's a front, but it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you have to think at some point, right, like, those people, after 4 years of like, okay, we've moved on from the location we're at, we settled in with these people from Seattle, and then you're saying all of us as a group should travel, and this is another one of the problems that I have that we can get into, but it's like, you think all of us should travel across multiple states based off a hint a clue that you got that said that like Joel might be in this location. Everybody should put their life at risk because he might be there. I feel like it's a little hard to like buy after 4 years. If it was a couple days where you're super like angry, you're pissed, you're very motivated at the actions that happen, I could maybe buy it. But after 4 years, it's like, okay, dude, like where everybody here, the whole group is gonna risk their life off a hint.
You know what's crazy to me? You know what's really crazy to me is that the Fireflies, especially Owen, knew what Abby's dad was trying to do. They all knew that he was going to harvest Ellie's brain for a cure for this virus, right? Why do they not, like, how does Owen and Abby not recognize Ellie to be that person and say, okay, now you're coming back with us and we're going to get back on track. I'm going to look at my dad's notes. You know what I mean? Like, that's the most far-fetched part for me. Like, why would you just let her leave? Like, you could even tell her, like, look, this guy robbed humanity. Like, we're on your side, actually. You're okay with that? Like, you came willingly to get this done to you, and then he fucking robbed you of that. Like, we're gonna allow you to, like, they could have taken a whole different angle on it. I mean, this is obviously not the story that Neil Druckmann, Hallie Gross, and the rest of Naughty Dog wanted to tell, but I'm just saying, like, it's almost like the most far-fetched point to me. Like, Tommy would have been dead because he was with Joel, and I mean, or maybe they would have let him go. Who cares? Ellie would have just been coming with them. Like, they would, yeah, maybe they won't kill her, but they're not letting her go. Like, why would you let her go? This is the whole point. This is the whole point that your dad was like killed in the first fucking place. Like it's like that's the biggest hole in the plot to me, is why they would just let Ellie leave. Like, they obviously, how do they not know who that is?
Especially when Ellie like even later on when Abby's about to kill Tommy and Ellie's like, don't kill him. You're the one that I want. I'm the one with the cure. I understand why you killed Joel. It's me that you want. And Abby's like, I don't care. Fuck you. And like searching. It's like, I don't understand. Like, that point, I don't know. I feel like they don't do a great job of explaining. Like, I think it's in notes that you find out that it's like Abby's dad was a doctor who specialized in like cures, and like he's the only one or something. Like, I think you only find that out in notes, but it's like very like generic, like not detailed, that it's like basically they're saying like Abby's dad was the only one left in the entire world that could come up with the cure, and since Joel killed him, it doesn't matter that Ellie's the like chosen one. Who cares?
Neo.
We don't have another option.
Ellie is Neo.
Yeah. I think for me though, like my maybe the biggest like immersion break and problem that I have with the game is the traveling. That like completely destroys like the first game for me. It's like the first game is all about like how hard it was for Joel and Ellie to get from Boston to Pittsburgh to the dam to the college to the hospital, right? Like, it's all about these like traveling and how hard it is, and the whole reason Joel saves her is like, I traveled across the country with her, right? Like, and then in this game it's just like, oh, Ellie by herself travels from Wyoming to California, no problem. Like, I don't know, like that
without a horse, because her horse gets killed.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Ellie and Dina travel to Seattle from Wyoming to Seattle. Okay, cool. But then also
Jesse.
Tommy does it and Jesse does it, no problem. They don't run into any other groups. There's no, like, I don't know, like that to me was like a complete like immersion break where I was like, it's weird that they're having like multiple people travel like across multiple states.
Well, you have to
whatsoever.
You have to imagine that there's, 25 years after the outbreak, there's probably one path to go. And that if Ellie and Dina left, then Jesse probably was like, okay, I'm going to, and maybe Tommy went like a slightly different way, and that's how he got the angle. But like, it again, that just comes down to like, it's far-fetched, but it's not impossible, right? They did it in the Wild West, and that's what this game is essentially. It's the Wild West all over again.
I can maybe get behind that with the Seattle one, but like going from
Santa
Wyoming to Santa Barbara is literally like I because I was curious. I looked it up miles wise.
Wisely, wisely.
It's like if in the first game they just went from like Boston, where it's like, oh, like, hey, you have to take Ellie to the Fireflies. If they just skipped the entire Pittsburgh section and just like, oh, we went from Boston to now cutscene, we're in the dam. We met Tommy. Like, it would be like that much of a difference, like that distance traveled. Like, you're skipping like literally a fourth of the game in travel wise, where it's like it's just like unbelievable that like Ellie by herself, no nothing, like just traveled from Wyoming to exactly where she needs to go in California, no issue whatsoever. Like,
I would say they do
like,
a decent job by illustrating how long it took, by how different she looks by the time she gets there, and I think that's the one like string that they could hang by, is that it's like, okay, well, this took a long fucking time to get there. Like, you don't,
thank God, man, because if you made me just mindlessly traverse more environments, just
I'm glad they didn't.
We went back to this other area now, and now that you're in this area, traverse this and try to figure out where we're going.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying by any means that like I wanted to play through that section. I'm just saying in the world that they've created, it's like kind of unbelievable that I can just, oh yeah, Ellie went from Wyoming to here, no problem. Like, where it's like,
but again, that's like the novelization of the game. It's like they're saying like, yeah, we're not going to tell you all the boring shit that happened in between, because a lot of it probably was empty space. Like, okay, what did you want? Like a couple stops on the road where she got ambushed by some infected.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, is it boring? Are you telling me that Ellie went from, like I said, like it's literally like 1,200 miles?
Look at the
where like she didn't come across anybody, but then in the first game, 200 miles. They went from like Boston to all of a sudden they ran into like another faction in Pittsburgh. That like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like I feel like the world that they've set up, right? Like even post like the first game, where it's like, whatever, like 24 years past the virus happening, it's like there's clear that like these huge major cities have like people in them, right? Like whether it's people who have overran the government run things or the government themselves, and it's like, to buy that Ellie went from Wyoming, like, oh, she had to pass Las Vegas at some point to get from Wyoming to California. Like that would make the sense. Like Santa Barbara.
In the log, they do talk about Las Vegas when they first get up to Seattle. Like, there's a note in there about how they pass the big walls of the cordoned off Las Vegas, and you can still hear the moans coming from it and everything like that.
I would say that in an attempt to, I don't know, streamline the events of the game, right? Like you've got. Think of the pandemic that we have happening right now, right? There's hot spots all over the country. So maybe it's just there is desolate space between these hot spots. And if you've existed in,
is where the big problems are.
Right, and
if
if
you
you
have to go to the major cities in the first game.
And you see how well Ellie can sneak around shit. You know what I mean? So it's, I don't know.
It's not like nothing happened. You're just gonna have to fill in those blanks yourself.
I guess I just didn't think of that much.
Happened,
like I'm thinking about the point that Pop's making now, and it does make a lot of sense. I just didn't think about it when I was playing. So I guess if on me, anyways, when I was thinking still, like what trumps that is the whole thing that I was just talking about, where the WLF wouldn't take Ellie back with them, and boom, game over. Ellie's got to escape from them, like she did when she was in David's cage. You know what I mean? Like it's just a.
Yeah, like I don't even know that I have an answer to like what I would want them to solve. Like it's like, oh, they should have had this section in the game where like it fixes that. I'm just saying, like, based off the first game and how they handled, like, I feel like the first game is very much based off of like Joel and Ellie's journey from like they went from Boston to Salt Lake City, how crazy that was, and they died almost like 10 times, and it was just this insane journey. And then like in the second game, it's like, oh, Ellie went from Wyoming to California, no problem.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
it just whatever.
Fair
like,
point.
Yeah, she made it to where she needed to go. Like
So-
I don't know. Like it's a like I.
Maybe
one of
the
things-
DLC that we
Yeah,
aren't getting
so-
for this game will be those sequences.
And that's one of the things that I wrote down, right, is like my overall thoughts of the game. I think the highs of this game are extremely high. Like I think the graphics are the best I've ever seen, right? Like the gameplay, as far as like how, like, I think compared from the first game, the gameplay in this game like is far better. Like the way they do stealth, the way they do combat, like everything. The game, like actually how the game plays is tremendously better than the first game. But I think and like graphically how it looks, right, like is way, it's impressive. They've set a bar, like the controls and the accessibility options. They've set a bar for where a game should be. But I think because like how high the highs are, like anything that doesn't reach that, to me, like sticks out way, like it's like very like clear. It's like, oh man, like this thing isn't up to par as like all of the other things. And I think that's one of the things that faults in that is like, yeah, like it just doesn't make sense the way they establish this world and how things work. It's like it's weird to me that like Ellie by herself can just go from like she crossed 1,000 miles no problem.
That might be one of the most.
To be.
That might be one of
Like-
the most fair reviews that I've heard.
Yeah, like it's just like I don't know, it just sticks out to me. It's
Let's-
like, man, this is weird.
Let's switch
I
gears.
think if they put like a couple extra pages in the log, it would have fixed it for you. Like, yeah, this almost killed me.
I don't even know. I don't even know if it,
The diary,
if it would've
the journal?
put a
Yeah.
couple pages in the log, like where it's like even like so Abby and Lev, like they're like I buy completely their journey from Seattle to California. They got in a boat and left, right?
Yeah.
Like it's very clear how they got there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and it makes sense. It's like, okay, if you're in a boat, like you're not going to come across a lot of people. If you need to stop, you can kind of pinpoint where you want to stop. You get out, you get what you need, and then you go on your way.
Yeah,
And
I
then
don't-
you
I don't
keep
know.
doing that
They-
all the way to California.
they-
It's like
They
Ellie
do that.
from land, like from assuming the way they set up the gameplay, she walked from Wyoming to California, no problem.
But hold on.
That's what we're supposed to believe.
We get Ellie goes back to the she tells Dina that she's leaving, right? She's got her life. Her life is set up the way it is. When we see her in Santa Barbara, not only does she look much different than she did when she left, but when we find Abby's like emaciated, right? She was big, bulky muscles, and then when you get to Abby, she's like, hair's cut, fucking
Yeah, but you also don't know
skinny
how,
as
how
hell.
the time difference,
Right,
right? Like,
you don't know how
they
long the
don't-
time has
they
been, and
don't
that's my point.
explain-
Like Ellie,
Like-
they really are saying like, okay, you're 27 hours into this game, you're about to wrap it up. Like, we're not gonna make you play the journey from Wyoming to Santa Barbara.
Yeah,
The point is, like, Ellie's doing it regardless of what Dina wants, and then boom, cut to she's in Santa Barbara now because she made it. Like, how she made it is up to you. They don't tell you, like, just like I was talking about, they don't tell you all the research that Abby's father does in the first game to determine that, you know, Ellie is the one. Granted, that shit's all happening in the background while they're journeying across the country, but it's like there's just some shit that doesn't make sense from a director's standpoint to even
And, like,
include in the story.
I don't know that like I don't have an answer for like gameplay, like, oh, they should have done this. I'm just saying, like, based off of the world that they've set up, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you look at the first game and
No, I
and
get
you
it. I
buy
get it.
The fact that, like, the reason why Joel saved Ellie at the end of the first game is because they've been on this insane journey across half the country, and even at the beginning of this game, he says, I traveled half across the country with this person, and then what, am I supposed to let him die? Right?
Yeah.
Like they very much like buy into this idea of that, and then it's like, oh, like all of a sudden I'm supposed to buy that Ellie by herself traveled the rest of the country, and like I'm just supposed to there was no issues, no problem whatsoever. Like I said, I don't
Yes,
have an
you are
I don't have an
supposed to
answer
believe
for
it.
like what they were supposed to do gameplay wise with that or whatever, but it just seems like it's weird to me that like oh, like we get to Seattle and almost everybody dies, but like multiple groups leaving at different times from Utah to Seattle had no problem getting there.
Do you want to have a real argument? Let's talk about why they should or shouldn't make a Mario Kart 9.
Yeah.
That's
there's
me and
a thing
Pups.
called Double Dash, and there's a thing called Double Dash 2, which should happen. No. But yeah, like, I don't know. That was one of the things that stuck out to me. That, like, I don't know. It's like I said, I think it's an effect of, I think the highs in that game are so high that anything that doesn't reach that standard really sticks out, and to me, that was one of them. Then another thing that we haven't really talked about is, like, the boss fights in this game, I think, are absolutely terrible.
I agree.
They're so bad. Especially the Ellie boss fight. When you're Abby and you have to fight Ellie, to me is, like, absolutely the worst part in this game. It breaks this game does a really good job of being realistic and, like, trying to abide by, like, that world of being gritty and real and, like, and then you get to the Ellie boss fight and it's like, if you don't throw this thing at her at the very perfect time, she'll immediately 180 and catch it and then kill you. Like, it's just,
I want to hear Mike. I want to hear Mike's review of that fight. I see his face happening over there.
Stupid fights.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Oh man, tell you.
Tell me.
No, dude. Every one of those fights I felt were like so dumb, man. I started planting bombs around and you have to sneak up on her, and I'm like, okay, I started planting a bomb over there, let me go around this way. All of a sudden I explode again. I'm like, what the fuck is going on, man?
I heard Neil Druckmann talking about how they didn't want to try and recreate experiences from the first game, and when I played through that section, my first thought was like the David fight. They're trying to recreate the David fight here, and it's not really working out. It almost seems like they were like, hey, interns of Naughty Dog, like, you guys are going to work on this section of the game, and it just came out as like an unpolished, sort of not really up to the rest of the caliber of the game. Like, even the fight, and then to
have it end in like, oh, never mind, I'm not going to kill you. Like, later, like, what the fuck?
Even before that, it's like they establish in the theater that, like, hey, like, Ellie is sleeping in a backstage bedroom or a backstage, like, room with Dina. She wakes up in that part. Dina is still asleep in that room, right? She goes to the front of the theater. Then the conversation happens. It goes to the very front of the theater where she encounters Abby, right? Then Abby confronts her. They move back towards the back of the theater. The fight of Abby and Ellie takes place behind the curtains, which is the back of the theater, close to where Dina should be. And then I'm supposed to believe that there's like 3 stages of fight against Ellie, and Dina doesn't wake up at all until the end. And then also, where is Lev during this fight? Like, Tommy just got shot in the face. Lev is just free to roam, and he doesn't help at all. Like, I don't know, that whole section of the game is very, like, video game-ish to me, which the rest of the game isn't. And so, like I said, it sticks out really hard for me, where it's like, man, like, the rest of the game's way up here, and this boss fight comes and it's like, whoa, like, what is this?
That's a very interesting perspective. Paul, what do you think about the boss fights in this game?
That specific one, you guys seem to stick on that. I didn't really notice anything. Like, I don't know. My main takeaway from that boss fight, I wasn't thinking about the waking up factor of Dina. I was kind of worried that we were going back towards Dina, but I don't know. I didn't want to kill Ellie. I know that.
Same
at that point. So it was a conflicting boss fight for me, morally. But I didn't really have any problem with it. I just kind of snuck up on her a couple times, and then it was over.
But like, even the way they make you sneak up on her, it's like the first round you can just sneak up on her, and then it's the second and third one you have to throw a bottle at her or a brick at her to, like, get her confused, and then you can sneak up on her and take her. But you can only throw a bottle or a brick if she's completely, like, she has to be completely turned against you. if she's like somewhat like at an angle whatsoever, she'll literally just, you throw the brick and she's like, whoop, and grabs it with one hand and like throws it down and then immediately runs at you and kills you. It's
I think
the
that
dumbest
could be a difficulty
whatsoever.
thing too, because me and Kristen played through it on easy.
Okay. Okay.
And it wasn't that hard. I don't
Yeah.
know what you're talking about.
Okay.
See, I played it off hard.
I played
So, like,
on one step below Survivor is where I played to, and I
Yeah,
had
exactly.
I probably restarted that fight about 10 or 12 times because it was just the difficulty was ramped up. That's
Yeah,
a bit,
and because coming into this game, I already knew bad things were going to happen, and my main focus was on the story. And
yeah.
truthfully, I was pleasantly surprised by the combat in this, but I never thought like the gunplay in the Last of Us was so great that I like really had the desire to play this on hard.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard good things about it, but also like it was a really fun game playing on easy. The combat was still there. There were times I died, but it didn't seem like unfair. Like I would rather like enjoy the combat.
I mean, I'll
than-
tell you what, I'm doing New Game Plus right now on Last of Us Part 2, and it's like rewarding after playing through one time on hard. And grounded mode was not similar for me on the Last of Us, the first one, because when I play in grounded mode, I'm like, yeah, this is difficult. This is difficult everywhere in this game. Like, it's just all around harder. Like, you do that same opening drawers and cabinets everywhere, but there's nothing in them ever. When you play on grounded on the first Last of Us.
Dude, I hate opening empty drawers.
Yeah.
At first, I was like, "Oh, this is cute. There's nothing in this one." Ha ha ha! But after the 800th one, I'm like, "Fuck this game." There's all these with nothing in it.
But
So
as for
there's
the
an
other boss fights, like the Rat King,
The Rat King, and then there's like the half Rat King, like the
did
one
you
which
guys
is
have similar?
Yeah,
issues
so
with
to
that
the
because
Rat
like
King-
I thought that boss battle was a lot of fun too. Like it was the one like action moment of the game.
that one
like,
was hard for me, but it was hard not in like a frustrating way. It was like, okay, I know what I have to do. I just have to like nail it perfectly. It was almost became like a rhythm game at that point for me. It was really more about evasion than it was about attacking and making sure that I had like the flamethrower. Like I don't know how you do that without the flamethrower. That's my
That,
if you
that
don't,
was it for me too. Like evasion and getting more because you needed a lot of firepower and just making sure you stocked up and everything like that. And stayed
Again,
me,
I
the
appreciated squeezing in those little areas.
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
To
And
me,
it was
the
cool
bullshit
how it would
part-
break through stuff too and kind of ruin your day on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
The bullshit part of that boss fight to me is the stalker that breaks off halfway through
Mm-hmm.
the thing. I swear, I think that thing is scripted where, like, I don't think you can kill it before you kill the boss. Like, I think you have to kill the, like, main big boss before you can kill that thing.
No,
Like,
that's
because,
nope.
like...
I killed it before I killed.
don't understand.
No.
Like, I shot that stalker, like, 15 times with a shotgun point blank, and it just didn't die. Like, I don't...
I did the same
understand.
thing. I emptied every bullet I had into him the first time that I did it, and then he killed me, and I had to do the whole boss fight over again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then
Absolutely.
I'm like, okay, what the hell's going on here? So I killed the boss, and then I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Are you scripted?
And then he,
Then
like,
I found the door. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, this
he
is
moves
where I
on to
go.
the door with you.
What? And then I like shot him one time, and he died, and I'm like,
Oh, maybe I'm
Same-
thinking about it wrong then.
Same thing with me. Like, he breaks off. I feel like I shot him hundreds of times,
'Cause
and he didn't die. And then the second you get through the door, like, there's a room in which, like, you can't advance until you kill him. And then I killed him one shot, and he died immediately. And it was like,
Wait,
like,
so
that
there,
was
but there is another enemy in the game where it's like two infected fused together, but not a Rat King. But it's like,
no, this is the Rat King fight. Like, you
yeah,
fight
I'm
the
talking
Rat
about.
King
There's
after-
another. But I'm saying in the game previously, before the Rat King, there's another fused together infected, right? And one of them breaks off from the other one.
I
Yes?
have no idea what you're talking about.
yeah, I think.
No, I'm pretty sure there is. I remember that happening. Like, because
Again-
at first they freaked me out when they started busting off the walls, and I didn't expect it.
To me, this is one of the cons of the game. The stalkers are awful. To me, they're like the most video game enemies you could possibly have.
Can I just say that the stalkers, there were multiple occasions where I was sitting and saw a stalker before I went into an area and sat there and could hear them, like physically hear them in the environment, but they won't show up on the listen.
Yeah. That's
like
what they do.
Hear you, why does it not show up on the listen?
Yeah,
mode?
that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Is they established that like that you can't see them on listen mode once they see you.
Right, but Mike's
right?
saying,
like,
why can't you hear them on listen
exactly.
mode when you can
They
hear them?
don't register, and they don't register when they're on the wall. So like, there's multiple parts in the game where like they're connected to the there's fungus on the wall, and there's a stalker, and there's clear points where like I said, I was playing this game in Discord. I was streaming it with multiple people, and like I would go through the game and I'd be like, guys, that's a thing that's going to come. Like I can look at the texture and be like, that's a thing that I have to kill, so I'm just going to shoot it now. And I would shoot it, and nothing would happen, and then I would go do a thing, and on my way back, it would come to life and attack me. Yep. And it just, like, it's like, I don't know, like, to me, like, literally my notes...
before I walked by it, I was like, yeah, I bet you this thing comes to life, and then, sure enough, there's the cutscene for the Rat King fight, and I'm like, yeah, look at that.
It would be great if they'd allow you to kill it before you fought it.
Yeah, just light it on fire. Like, you should be able to light any part of the environment on fire and, like, clear it if there were enemies in there.
Video game video game.
In my notes for the for my cons, literally the first one is like, stalkers. They feel cheap, very video game-ish, hard to kill. I didn't like it all. Like, I don't know, like, I just feel like all the sections with the, like, even in the world that they established, like, I feel like the first game they like do a very good progression of like there's runners who are like they're not
you're talking about the biological like
they're infected but they're like not completely gone, so they still look human. You can punch them in the face, you're good, right? Then there's the clickers. They're the most like they've gone past the human form. They can't see anything because the fungus has taken over their body, right? But like they're still there. And then the bloaters.
But you know there are stalkers in The Last of Us Part 1, right?
Yes, and they're completely different, and it doesn't make sense how they like transform into this whatsoever. Like I just don't get it. It's like the stalkers in this game just they know where you are, so they hide and they wait until you're not looking to attack. Like it just comes across to me as very like it's a video game-esque enemy. It's like it waits till you're not looking to jump at you and attack you, like, and there's nothing you can do about it. I know that that's an enemy. I can look at it and see that that's an enemy. I can't kill it before, but the second I look away, it'll come to life and attack me. Like, I don't know.
You guys are just making me real happy I play on easy mode because I didn't have as much frustration with these. They were just a faster enemy that was a jump scare, but they weren't hard to kill. So it wasn't
I found that my tactic for defeating the stalkers was to like hear them on the listen mode for the brief period that you could hear them. Yep. And then when I saw where they kind of scurried off to, then I would just run in, like, making all kinds of noise, because they typically, like, they'll attack, but they'll also run away if you get, like, too close to them. So I just get them running away from me and blast them in the fucking ass. And then it was...
I am glad that they would turn and run, because there was a few times where I'd get swarmed by a few of them, but then, like, swing wildly and catch one of them, and they'll, like, and take off. So now I have less to deal with, which I'm glad. Because they just like stalked you and waited and then all swarmed at the same time. Like, dude, fuck that.
I agree that they're the worst infected, but I still think that the Seraphites are the scariest enemy when it comes to like horror.
Hands down, I was way more anxious about every person-to-person interaction I had versus person versus infected.
Yeah, I mean that's...
But just before we move on, the end of the Rat King, it is funny though, because at the end of that, like the stalker ran off. I shot it like once with a shotgun, but it got off, and then I killed the Rat King. So then like I'm like crouching around and like searching the room, and Kristen's like, "What are you doing? Like, you killed it." And I was like, "That guy broke off from it." But she's like, "But the music's over. It's all good." And I was like, "Oh yeah, this game tells you every single time when you don't have to worry about something."
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're trying to trick me this time or something. But sure enough, she was fine because I go in the next room and then it's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, the music's done, and I love when the character goes, "Nobody's around." I go, I think that's everything.
Or thank God, even better, I think that's everything.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to look if I don't have to look.
Right.
Yeah, I love those lines. Like, more than a few times, I was like, holy shit, I wonder if that's all the dudes that are going to come out. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, I think that's all of them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all right, I guess that's all of them.
Yeah,
then.
yeah, they're pretty good.
Confirmation.
The human combat is way more rewarding, I feel like, because the AI is much better with the humans, and all those fights, like, especially when stealth breaks for you and it turns to shit, is when it gets really interesting, I feel like.
Yeah. Because while I was
worried
about getting jumped on and run at and stuff with the infected, I didn't have to worry about them so much, like, from a distance. If I could create a gap between me and them, I mean, other than the bloaters throwing big fucking spore balls or whatever the hell they are, other than that, I mean, but every time you went up against a human, like other guns, bow and arrow, and can I just say that bow and arrow, like, mechanic where you have to pull the arrow back out, otherwise it keeps causing damage?
Yeah, it's a little...
I think it's genius.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah, I like that little bit extra. Like a bullet going in, like, okay, you could get a bullet through and through, or you could get a bullet stuck in you, but for the sake of gameplay, like, we really can't do much about that.
Yeah.
Like, as much as wrapping your arm the same way 100 times
Oh, I
heals
sprained my ankle. Let me wrap my arm up.
Just wrap this up. There we go. Good as new.
Yeah.
Bullet to the head. Let me just wrap that up.
Yeah.
I guess it's not a boss fight, but another memorable moment is the, like, when you first meet Lev, and what's her name?
Yara.
Yara.
Yeah.
The night scene with the stalkers. I don't know if that was worse for you guys, but I thought that scene was awesome.
Wait,
too.
is that where there was multiple levels and you had to, like, kind of get up the parking garage type of structure?
No, I mean
Oh, that's where you're just running through the woods.
Through the woods at
Oh,
nighttime.
yeah.
The stalkers are running at you and whatnot.
Yeah.
And, like, because you were Abby, you were just, at least on easy mode, I guess, she's just a badass, and I'm just punching some stalkers.
Yeah. I was firing my weapon, but I was also punching the shit out of some shit.
I didn't think you had any weapons, because they take your weapons away, and it's just
you're right.
them shooting arrows.
You're right.
So you're like,
Yeah.
and it was.
I was
scary, but
probably
at the same
just
time,
running.
It was kind of it was like a scary action sequence for me.
Yeah.
So it was like, I don't know. I thought it was a really cool sequence there.
To me, like, the end of that sequence where, like, you get to the point where you have to lift Lev and Yara up over the door, and then they're supposed to open it, but then they don't, and, like, Abby freaks out.
Yeah.
Like, for me, that section of the game was, like, way... I know, I have the hiccups.
I know, this is like a common theme. What are you drinking over there tonight?
I have, what do I have? What am I drinking?
I always drink this. I always drink 3 White Claws while we're doing this, and this is my third one.
I have apple. Apple Bacardi. Or no, apple vodka.
Just vodka?
Vodka hiccups have to be terrible.
Sprite cranberry.
Wait, Sprite with cranberry. It's cranberry Sprite or Sprite and cranberry juice
Sprite remixed
with
And
cranberry.
Sprite and cranberry flavor.
You put ice
and
in
then
that?
Vodka.
You
with
put ice. You put ice in that, yeah.
And then now the more I'm talking about the hiccups, you just get worse.
Let's talk about these hiccups for a little while.
No.
Wait. Hold on. What did you have for dinner last night?
A chicken quesadilla.
That's it?
Yeah.
What did you have for lunch yesterday?
I don't think I ate lunch. I woke up at like 1.
What about breakfast then? Did you fucker?
2 in the end.
No, yeah. I think all I had yesterday was the chicken quesadilla.
All right, then this exercise is not going to work to get rid of your hiccups. It usually helps to, like, sit there and go, But no, that's a chemical process that's going on right now inside of you.
Yeah, but let's just focus on the game.
What's I'm more fascinated with. I'm fascinated with these hiccups and that Baby Yoda pop vinyl behind you. That thing's gargantuan. What the hell?
Oh wait, the big one?
Yeah, man. What the hell?
Dude, I didn't even realize how big this was gonna be. It's like the size of
that's what she said. Sorry.
It's the size of the fucking
Actual-
collector.
That thing's pretty cool. These are the tangents.
It's literally the same size. Like,
Ah. I can't. This is the very special super episode of Don't Hate the Podcast. Don't hate the podcast. Hate the hiccups.
Hate the hiccups.
We were talking about something that I had a good thought.
Yeah, you were talking about one of your biggest cons of the game.
When they don't let you into the gate at the after being hung in the woods in the dark with stalkers.
Oh yeah, that section to me, like the difficulty spikes incredibly. Like I said, like I was playing on normal.
Yeah.
Fuck you. God damn, stop laughing. I was playing on normal, and I thought the game was way too easy. Like I think with Ellie on normal, I didn't die until day three. Fuck. I wish I could just get rid of these, but
hold your breath, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, you have to drink water.
Yeah. Like, stand on your head and spit nickels.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna mute my mic and hold my breath.
No, you gotta breathe out all your air and then hold your breath. Don't take a breath in. That makes it worse.
I do agree with you, though. I feel like that point where you boost the kids out the window and then you're in that room, they give you, like, I want to say half a dozen clickers and a bloater or two that you have to deal with like, in this small area.
It's on hard.
Yeah, and it's like a tiny area, too.
Yeah.
With, like, 2 walls that you can squeeze in between before they get blown out completely by the bloaters.
I always think about the first game when you get into the auditorium in Billstown, and that line of dialogue where Ellie goes, "What the fuck is that?" And Bill goes, "It's a goddamn bloater." It's just like it plays in my head over and over every time I see the bloater. It's a goddamn bloater. Like, is that really what you would say when you see this thing covered in fungal plates coming at you, throwing fucking spore bombs? Like, and what about the Shamblers? Did we even talk about the Shamblers in The Last of Us Part 2?
I still don't know the most effective way to kill them.
You gotta, like, dodge roll away. Is there a dodge roll? I can't even remember.
It's like 2 Molotovs to kill them. Like, or like 4 shotgun shots. I don't know.
I love how inebriated you are. It's amazing. Wait, I want to know what else is on your pros and cons list. I think this. Okay. Why don't you just do? Hold on, just do a rapid fire. Let's get pros. Okay. Pro then con. Pro then con.
Pros. I only have two left. Lev. I said best side character in the game. Unique perspective coming from the cult and that whole thing.
Yeah.
And then also, like, I want to play as Lev. Like.
I agree. Last of Us Part 3, it's Abby and Lev, and Abby dies.
And it's like, Lev is the most interesting character to me. I love, like, he's very much Ellie in the first game, where Ellie doesn't understand a lot of things because she was born after the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
what is cool?
Because he's born in the cult.
He says...
Or she, whatever, like...
No, Lev totally... identifies as he. That's the pronoun he wants. He shaves his head. That's why the cult has a problem with it. That's why his own mother casts him out. The way that Mike was alluding almost to the fact that that's like kind of shoehorned in, I don't think so. I think these characters aren't represented enough in video games, and it makes sense that like in this cult, right, this kid just doesn't really understand. Like this kid never had the opportunity to learn anything about anything. All he ever knew was, here's the deity or whatever that we're supposed to like worship, and like here's our prophet. Yeah, may she guide you. And all these questions probably. This is the best part about the Naughty Dog game, right? You look at these characters and you talk about them like they're not cartoons, because make no mistake, they're cartoons. They're drawn in 3D animation and all that stuff. You know what I mean? They're portrayed by brilliant actors. It actually sucks because you listen to the kid who played Lev, and his voice is all different now. You know, it doesn't even sound like Lev, but it's still like a very unique perspective to have, and a very I love that line of dialogue when the section when when Lev says to Abby, like, "Did you hear what they were calling me?" Because they were calling him, what was the name? Lily. Yeah, and then he goes, "Do you want to ask me about it?" And Abby's like, "Do you want me to ask you about it?" And he's like, "No." Oh, and Abby's like, "Okay." Like, you know, it never once is it like made to be like the agenda that's being forced.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I never thought that it was like forcing that agenda, but to put that in there and then to like bring the attention to it, like the entire time I played this ending of it, right? So at this point where I had Lev and Yara with me, like I had already sucked in my wife and my son. So we're all watching this, but every time we were talking about it, it was like it became this thing like, oh yeah, and then Abby and him, oh you mean Abby and her? Oh you mean Abby and Lev? You mean
well, yeah, okay, so there's a little bit of confusion.
This like thing, like they could have just left it alone and been like, oh no, she wanted to be a soldier, so she shaved her head and that's it. Like it didn't have to be like oh no, I'm
I suppose, but it didn't. I guess it didn't not have to be that either.
No. I'm just saying it doesn't add anything for me.
Well,
like it could have just been that you wanted to be a soldier and you were outcast, rather than you wanted to be a boy and a soldier and you got outcast. Like you could have easily just been like, I don't want to be a wife, I want to be a soldier, and like all the soldiers shave their heads, so I shaved my head saying I want to be a soldier, and they said
that's
no,
probably
that's not your role.
Yeah, but for Lev that's probably all that it was, right? But then the Seraphite like elders or whatever they want to call themselves probably looked at that action and said, no, we don't agree with that. Like your purpose in this religion is to reproduce. Like that's what you're destined to do, that's what you're gonna do, and if you disagree with that, then we're gonna kill you. And that's kind of like maybe could be a parallel, could be drawn. I don't know if that's reaching for straws here, but like if Abby is like part of this WLF and is fighting for their cause, even though her real only main motivation is to atone her father's death, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like part of the reason why Abby empathizes with Lev so much. I mean, that's just one possibility. But I just think that the more, like, forget about what the cult thinks. The really sad part about that scene is when they go back. Like, Yara is insistent to go back and get her mother to come with her and Lev and Abby and leave and go, like, live a more peaceful life. Like, that's the whole goal for Yara. Who's Yara, I mean, gets the shit out of this thing. She loses her arm and, like, fucking, you know, it's like this really terrible, like, sequence of events.
Though she like makes it worth it though to
I
take
know,
down
but
and like create that kind of chaos among the wolves.
See, I don't know. Like I feel like one, to go back to Lev. Like I don't even think my interest with Lev and like why I like that character so much has to do anything with like the whole like trans aspect of them. Where it's like it's just like they represent like innocence to me in the game, where it's like they've grown up in this cult. Like it's funny when like Abby like picks up like a upgrade for her gun, and Lev is like, I don't understand that old technology, and it's very like that perspective of like it's very reminiscent of Ellie and Joel of the first game, where like Ellie doesn't understand like movies and airplanes and things like of that nature, and Joel has to explain
why girls would worry about which shirt goes with which skirt.
Exactly. And it's like Abby is like and one thing I don't think they really do a good job of is explaining how old Abby is. I got the feeling that she was like
a little older,
maybe like 4 or 5 years older than Ellie. Like she was like around Ellie's age, but a little bit older. Like she was born post-pandemic, but like
maybe right at the start of it.
Before Ellie, right? Like I just feel like she's older than Ellie, but like she was still born before the pandemic, or after the pandemic.
She was
like
still born.
Oh yeah.
I think
like I feel like it was like, okay, so there's that gap of like the pandemic starts and then the first game skips 20 years. Ellie's 14 in the first game. I feel like maybe so there's like a 6-year gap there. I feel like Abby's maybe like 16 or 17 in the first game. Like I think she's like a little bit older than Ellie.
Well, they do show Abby when she runs into the operating room and finds her father, and she does look to be about 15 or 16.
She seems a little bit older than Ellie. Like,
I would say
she seems like Ellie at the beginning of this game. Almost.
I would say
like,
probably no more than 16 at that time.
17 years old, somewhere around there. But then I feel like Owen's a little bit older than her, so like that relationship to me only works where it's like, they're like the flashback of them at the aquarium, and then Owen kind of wants to like have sex with her, and she doesn't.
The very telling for
like teen plus
for Abby's age is when she's out tracking the zebra with her father, right? And then Owen comes up and Owen comes up and he's like, "Oh, they found that girl. The girl that they've been talking about showed up. They found her in the tunnels." And like Abby is very clearly like 15 or 16 at that point in time. So you know that like Abby's dad goes back and he like preps her for surgery probably that day or the very next day. Right? So like the whole zebra, and like it makes sense when you think about it too, because the zebra that's there like is not too far away from the giraffes that they found in the first game. Like it's very clearly like a zoo nearby that like just.
And that's one thing that like I didn't know until like I watched a playthrough of. But the first game very explicitly, like before you see the giraffe, lets you know that there's a zoo there.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know that. Like the first game, like you find a sign that says like Denver Zoo or whatever.
Yeah.
Zoo, like.
Somebody pick a topic, unless you guys want to.
What's the other pro that Pop had?
I just
the other pro was I liked the way that even though most of the game takes place in Seattle, how they diverse Seattle, where like it doesn't ever feel like the same, whether you're playing as Abby or Ellie, regardless if it's the same location, right? Like to me, the hospital sticks out. Like you go to the hospital as Ellie, you go to the hospital as Abby, but they feel like completely different locations to me as both characters. I think that they do a really good job of diversifying Seattle as an area based off the character and weather conditions, if it's raining, if it's not raining, the time of day, the time of night, whose character you're playing, if you're in a boat, if you're not in a boat. Like I think they do a really good job of like making the same place feel completely new and different.
Yeah.
Even the aquarium, you go to the aquarium multiple times, you visit the same places as the aquarium from Ellie to Abby, but like the way you approach it, the direction you come from, like it makes it feel completely different.
I looked up that aquarium in Seattle. It's not exactly the same place, right? But it's very much based off of a real place, Paul.
Yeah, it's right next to the Ferris wheel, so that was fun.
The Ferris wheel
became a thing at my house.
Yeah.
Where it was like, if they ask me to return to this Ferris wheel one more goddamn time, like, done.
I liked the scene when Owen and Abby were in the Ferris wheel and he was fucking with her. Even though if somebody did that to me, I would be like, dude.
Fuck you, bro.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
And then I have 4 cons on my list.
Just rattle them off.
To me, one of the biggest problems, if you go back and listen to the first cast of us that we had, one of the biggest problems I had with the first game is I think they do not a great job of, like, it's like you go into a section, it's like, okay, these are humans, and you're only going to run into humans here. And then this is the zombie area, and you're only going to run into zombies here. And then this is the puzzle area, and you're only going to run into puzzles here. I think this game does a little bit, it dips its toe in some of that, but for the most part it still continues with that section where, like, to me the section that sticks out the most is like that beginning open in Seattle where it's kind of open world and you can kind of go wherever you want. It's like you have an objective, like find the gas to open the gate, but you can kind of go wherever you want. There's no humans in that entire section, and it's the biggest section in the game. And to me, that's just a disappointment. I feel like the parts that they do mix humans and infected or faction versus faction are very unique, and like those are my like more memorable parts of the game. It's when it's like, this is only the WLF, this is only the Seraphites, this is only the infected. It's like, it's very predictable. It's like, oh, this part, it's only a puzzle. There's no repercussion. It's like, I could shoot my gun off 10 times and no infected are going to come in. It doesn't matter. This is a puzzle section.
Right.
To me, that I wish they did a better job in that, because they do dip their toe in it. There is sections in this game where you can pit infected against the WLF. You can pit the WLF against the Seraphites, right? Like, they do some of that, but it's not throughout the whole game. And to me, like, especially in the early LE Seattle parts of the game, it kind of ruins the immersion for me, where it's like, I'm in this huge section of the city where I can roam around and do whatever I want, and you're telling me there's no humans here whatsoever, it's only infected. Like, that's kind of unbelievable. So that was one of my kind of like things where I was like, I don't know this. Like I said, I think this game, to me, it has like really high highs. So the things that don't work for me like stick out way more because they're not up to par with those, you know, high highs. And then another one that I had on here was like side characters. I think there's a lot of side characters. There's a lot of, they are great, but they're basically introduced to die, right? Like,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah,
on
you're talking
Abby's
about
side.
movie tropes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
all,
like
Abby's whole crew like
use
gets
excuse, like it's like to me, and this is, it kind of combos with another complaint that I have. The next complaint is that characters die with no time for the main character that you're playing to react to. So it's like, whether you're Ellie or Abby, it's like characters will die. Like, as Abby, Jesse dies like unexpectedly. It's just like in the middle of a cutscene, he's running into a room, gets shot in the head, and dies.
Yep.
And then there's no time to react. As the character Ellie, there's no time to react to that death.
So, like I remember being so bummed out when Jesse died, and that being the indication, that being the sign of like them doing a good job with their writing, because I cared so much about it happening.
Yeah, like I cared, but like Ellie as a character doesn't get to care, right? It's like Ellie as a character sees Jesse die, and then 2 seconds later you switch to a flashback of Abby, and it's like it never goes back to that moment.
It's a fair point.
And
What
it's
else?
the same
Wait,
with
hold on.
It's the same thing with Abby. Abby, who's I forgot his name.
Manny.
Manny. Manny dies.
Manny's
and
awesome.
just completely skips over it. It's like she sees Manny get shot in the face.
Yep.
Blood of Manny literally splatters on her face, and then Yara shows up and she's like, "Oh yeah, we gotta go get Lev. Okay, let's go."
Let's go.
And then it's never brought up again. It's just immediately skipped.
That's a good point. You're right.
I don't know. I just feel like it doesn't give time for the character to like, like.
I do feel like it was good on them though to not just like pick the background guys. Like, all right, in the very beginning when they jump Joel and they kill him, like she cuts that dude across the face. Like, what's his name? Like, where did he die? Like, why do I care? Like, I don't. Like, I don't care about these background people. So like, good on them that like I actually knew who Manny was. I was like, thanks, Manny, you helped me sneak out that one time. You're like a decent dude, even though you're fucking everyone in the goddamn stadium. Like,
Yeah.
cool, dude. But now he's shot in the face, and
he's
that's
really
the
the only
real
one.
system
And talk
that I
about
get.
he's one of those Mexican Americans who like that was like the worst appropriation that this game did, is like he does that thing where he'll say some words in Spanish.
Yeah,
It's like I feel like he's either gonna speak in Spanish or he's gonna speak in English. Like, why is he doing that Spanglish thing? Nah.
It's like pendejo.
Yeah,
It's like that's his favorite word, pendejo. Like,
you are Latino American, yeah,
yeah.
that's right. So
I don't know.
give me-
Like that necessarily didn't bother me. It was like, oh, whatever. Like,
I felt like that played into the realism though. Like they don't get time. Like,
hold on. Ghost of Tsushima has the whole game recorded in Japanese with Japanese actors. Like that would be realism. Like
Yeah.
you know, record.
I just mean that.
And the scripts are different too.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
The English translation isn't like the same as the Japanese translation. There's like key points where it's like actually means completely different things.
I might play it with Japanese.
To me, like that wasn't a problem. It was just the fact that it's, like I said, like it just to me it doesn't give. I agree with what Mike's saying, where it's like that's the world, like that.
Because I mean,
it also breaks that with like it's like Joel dies, and then you have that whole scene of like Ellie and Dina going to Joel's house, and Ellie goes through the house, and like she's grieving, and it's this clear like point of like somebody died, we're reacting to it, everybody's affected by it, and then everybody else in the game that dies, there's none of that whatsoever. It's just like Jesse dies, don't care. Manny dies,
I don't think that's true that they don't care, though. I mean, I think that's just the problem you're having with the non-linear storytelling, because clearly when they go back, even once they're back in the house in Wyoming, like they are constantly talking about Jesse and everything like that. Like
Jesse's family is still, Jesse's parents are still very much involved.
Yeah,
there's a ton of it in the Notebook and stuff like that too.
It's in an aspect of like, oh, Jesse, this is half of Jesse's kid, so like he's kind of brought up. But I feel like Ellie as the character, Dina as the character, never gets their moment of like grief specifically.
Yeah, but hold on. I think
it kind of just skips over it.
I think Paulie makes a good point. Hold on though, because when we're at that scene in the farmhouse, it's implied that it's, some time has passed. If you do take the time to open up the Notebook, you can see like the grieving process about Jesse like exists in that world. It's in there. It's one of those things that you have to, as a player, take it. You have to experience it on the sticks. You can't just. It's not going to be in a cutscene.
And
I'm not saying it's in a cutscene. I just think it doesn't have the same impact where it's like I have to open the journal and read about it to where like it just, like I said, like it just seems like those characters are there to die.
I think that that's just talking about money, right?
Jesse's introduced as a character so that he dies later on in the game.
I don't know. I feel like
especially like maybe you can even argue like whatever Jesse, maybe not, but like especially on Abby's side, like all of those characters that are in the room when Joel dies are only there besides Abby, Owen, and the pregnant girl. I forgot her name.
Mel. Like only those three characters have like story arcs to them. All the other characters in the game, all the other characters in that room when Joel dies are just there to be killed later on. Yeah, but hold on. Wait. The other girl who Ellie tortures and kills in the hallway, she doesn't get she has no like backstory, but she's very much like has something to say right before that happens. You get like how deeply invested in the WLF she is and how loyal to Isaac she is. Like that, I think they made very clear. The dude who gets slashed in his face, they make that same point, but they only do it in that scene where Joel, like I agree, I couldn't tell you that dude's name. I couldn't tell you the other girl's name either. Like yeah, I know Manny. Yeah. Here's what it comes down to. I actually like the girl who Ellie kills in the.
I forgot what her name is.
Did you just go to say Marissa?
I was going to say Marina, but I know that's not it.
It's something close to Maria though. Like it is. I do remember like something. Is it Melissa? I don't know. I put the wiki in here. The Last of Us wiki. It's at the very top of the page in the doc. But anyway, I like that character. I like Manny. I like Owen a lot. And not as a person, I don't think I would like him, but as a character in a video game or a movie or a book, I like Owen as a character. I didn't like Abby in the beginning, but I ended up liking Abby towards the end. Like I like Lev, I like Yara. The only characters that I really didn't like I actively didn't like, I got bad vibes from the dude who Ellie slashed across his face. I found myself really kind of like in the first game loving Tommy and being like Tommy's the best, and in the second game being like Tommy's kind of a fucking piece of shit too. You know what I mean? Like Tommy, when he comes back to the house at the end, like that was some that was some bullshit. Like Tommy saying like guilt tripping Ellie right in front of Dina while they're holding their kid, like grimy shit. So I got some bad, like Maria. I didn't like Maria in the first game. I like her in the second game. The dude Seth, the guy who like works in the diner, who says the derogatory shit to Ellie, like I don't like that guy.
Weird to me. Like it's weird that like everybody that, and I think that goes to like Neil Druckmann did an interview where, or no, sorry, not Neil Druckmann. The female
Hallie Gross
did an interview where she talked about the game and she talked about how much they ended up cutting of the game, and she said something to the effect of 50% of the motion capture that they did for the game didn't make the final cut of the game, which is like crazy to me to think of like so like literally this is only half of the game that you guys like made.
I heard a really cool quote from her that it was kind of a bummer that in Jackson in the beginning there was supposed to be like a playable sequence of that night of the dance where there was like a carnival or like a fair setup where you could go like play games like throw darts and all this cool shit. It got cut because it slowed down the pacing.
Yeah, to me that's one of the sections in the game where it's like Jackson seems really fleshed out to the point where like it's weird to me that they name a character in Jackson that we don't know at the very beginning of the game. And literally his only meaning is like, oh, he said Ellie's weird because she's a lesbian.
Yeah, but
like,
you found Seth's cabin, right? In the notes inside?
Yeah, but I'm saying like for him being a named character in the game, it's really weird where like it makes more sense to think that like they had more to do in that town that didn't make the game, where it's like, okay, like that makes more sense. Like that scene was playable. Like that was.
I don't know. I think that's just an effort to flesh out.
Because he's the only one. Like is it not weird that like that whole town that like there's tons of people that you come across in that town. He's the only new character besides Jesse that gets a name.
Kat.
Like that's weird.
Kat, the girl, Ellie's ex-girlfriend who does her
you
tattoo.
Don't meet her ever.
Yeah,
like,
I know. I'm saying she gets
her.
mentioned. I'm just saying she gets mentioned. Like just like in the previous game, you had Bill, right? You had
It feels like a main staple of the game, right?
I know. I'm just
like this guy literally just comes up for like 2 lines of dialogue. He's like, hey, I made you a sandwich, sorry.
Yeah, but you get the...
And then that's it. Like, he's not in the game.
Yeah, but it's just one of those instances where, like, they didn't need to name him, but it would have been weird in that cutscene if Maria was like, hey, that guy who called you a dyke at the dance last night wants to talk to you. Like, she would never say that. She would just say like,
yeah,
and we at that point we go like, oh, like who,
and it not have any effect on the game.
Yeah,
but no, because that is needed to show that Ellie has trouble with forgiveness. Like he gives her a steak sandwich, which is a huge thing in Jackson, I'm sure.
Yeah,
and she's just like, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
like,
I don't want you
to say that, but her face says that.
No, but she told Maria dead up right before. She's like, "I don't have anything to say to him. I don't want to talk to him."
Yeah.
So yeah, like you don't even know who Seth is. You really don't even know why she's mad at him until later in the game when they flash back, and then you see again. Great storytelling, great use of the Tarantino method where they come back in and Joel steps in and like to be like the white knight for Ellie when this guy calls her a derogatory term. You know, it's
I feel like your con could easily be turned into a pro where you're like, I love so many of these characters, they're so well fleshed out, except for these couple ones that I wanted to know more about. You know, like
But none of the characters that are introduced new in the game are fleshed out to me. Like it's like Tommy is fleshed out more, but we already knew about Tommy, right? Like, you know, Joel I guess is fleshed out more due through flashbacks, but like we already knew about Joel. Ellie is fleshed out more. Like Abby, I think is a main character, so like I wouldn't really consider her as being like a fleshed out character. It's like she's like you play just as much as Abby as you do Ellie. But then all the other characters, it's like Manny's purpose in the game is literally to like care about him slightly so that you care when he dies. It's like
but it worked, did it not?
I don't know. For me, it didn't, right? Because it's like they don't give me enough opportunity to like really care. But it's like the only thing I know about Manny is he spit on Joel after he was dead and said, you're a pendejo, right? And then we cut to him letting Abby out, which is like, okay, like, I don't know, they're already connected, so like I'm not getting much out. Like, I assume that you're going to help Abby get out of the situation because you helped Abby kill someone already that I know about. So it's like I'm already have that like I already think that you're like established enough with this character to like help her do things, right? And then like when he dies, I don't care about it because it's like, well, like you're not a part of the game, right? Like you're introduced for like this small section of the game just to die.
He was in the beginning of the stadium sequence and everything like that, though. And like, I don't know, me and Kristen were sad when he died, and I feel like it kind of let in, like when he died, like that was, she was shocked, like he died right in front of her quickly.
But she was shocked for like 2 seconds, and then Yara's like, "Hey, we have to go get Lev," and then she's like, "Oh yeah, right. I don't care about it anymore."
She doesn't not care
And then
about
it's
it
never
anymore, though,
brought up.
clearly, because it is brought up. Like that's part of it when she goes into the theater and she's like, "You killed my friends." Like,
Yeah, okay, so that one, but it's that's what I'm saying is like, so like her friend, right, like her close friend that gets shot right
Her
in front of
roommate.
her, his blood literally splats on his face, and then the only line we get through the rest of the game is like, "You killed all of my friends," and that's it. That's the only line the rest of the game that we get for that character to grieve somebody getting shot in her face and dying. Where it's like Ellie watches Joel die, and then she goes on this revenge mission for 3 days to try to kill everybody she can, because it's like, why isn't there like the same, like that's what I'm saying is like, I feel like the side characters are just there to die.
Can we just
It's
talk
like,
about? Can we just talk
The
about
same thing
Ashley
with
Johnson's
Yara. Like,
performance
Yara
of that
dies,
scene?
Yara dies and is completely forgotten about in second. It's like Yara gets shot, and then it's like Lev is like, "You killed my people," and she's like, "You are my people," and then after that, it's never brought up again.
But comparing this to like other video games, like I feel like these characters are way more fleshed out than a lot of other video games that are introduced to die.
Hey, can we talk about that scene though of Ashley Johnson's performance in that scene where Joel dies? I mean, it's brilliant. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. She like really loses it, and
It is great, yeah.
Great
like,
acting.
Ellie, like, does a really good job of expressing how, like, upset and like how much she doesn't want Joel to die. I think it does a really good job of expressing that, like, even though, like I said, I think my main problem with the game is like the way it's laid out, where it's at the time you don't realize how much Ellie cares about Joel. Like, it's only later on through flashbacks that you realize like she's forgiven him and all this stuff, right? But like at that time, like when Joel died, you can clearly tell that like Ellie doesn't want Joel to die, and like she's like, "Please stop! Don't do this! Please let him go! Let him go! Let him go!" And then he dies, and it's like it's very clear she doesn't want that to happen.
yeah, it is a very dreadful scene.
Yeah.
It's like the only
The sound
word.
design, the throbbing, she doesn't hear anything anybody says anymore because it's just like,
Yeah, it's like this ringing of like anger.
yeah.
She hears her own heartbeat
great.
and like
Yeah.
it's man, that shit hit me pretty hard when I was playing it, and my girlfriend actually the whole time was saying like, I think these two are gonna walk away like friends, Ellie and Abby, and I was like starting to kind of like vibe with that. I was like, you know what, I think they might at the end like find a common enemy in the Seraphites, and
Yeah. See, I
but when
understand why Ellie at the end wasn't like, okay, I know based off of like notes that I found and how I found you that you have found the Fireflies. Like, I don't understand why Ellie at the end lets her go, but then goes like, I'm just gonna go back to what I was like. I feel like Ellie, with the whole purpose throughout the game of like, I want my life to have meaning, doesn't go, you found the Fireflies. Like, maybe there's still some hope of my life having meaning. I'm gonna go with it.
Can we talk about, since everybody is looking a little tired, everybody just got a little glint of sleep in their eyes, but I just want to like steer the conversation this way anyway to get it out there before maybe if somebody has a hard stop and we have to finish, that when the fight is over and Ellie decides that she's gonna go back and just say, you know what, I've learned my lesson. The whole beef between me and Abby is over.
You mean when she pussies out?
Yeah, she pussies out. She goes home, sends 2 fingers. And, is it 2 or 3?
2.
2. Yeah, she makes it back home, and here's the crushing blow. Dina has left the farmhouse with every single possession that they had except for the room full of Ellie's stuff, which is still full of Ellie's stuff. And she didn't leave it as a courtesy to be nice to Ellie, like, hey, here's your stuff for when you get back. It was basically like, I don't want this shit. You said fuck me and fuck JJ, so now we're out and you're never going to see us again. Here's all your shit, you stupid fuck. She picks up the guitar and she goes to try and play it, and the game magnificently only allows you to play minor chords, right? That's the way that it works.
Guitar Hero, when you fuck up the controls.
Yeah, I was like, man, if she had only gotten that injury on her other hand, she'd still be able to fucking rip it down. But now, the one connection that she had to Joel, the one thing that bonded them, is no longer even possible. So she just leaves the guitar and walks away from the house. And I just remember feeling like, man, that's such a bummer. It's like so, like, I don't know. I feel like at that point you have to teach yourself how to play lefty.
I was gonna say that was the first time in the game where I like really started wondering about the little details, and I'm like watching her pick this guitar up and carry it, and I'm like, wait a minute, is she left-handed or right-handed? Hold on, is this gonna be a problem here?
Yeah.
And yeah, she sits down and like, you know, you can miss strings and hear it just clank and
Mm-hmm.
like, all right.
Yeah, can't even do
I
it.
think, to me, like that part of the game though, like, and then it transitions into the flash. And like one thing I think we haven't talked about is the flashbacks of this game, which I think are, especially on Ellie's side, are really important. Like with the whole relationship where like Joel almost double downs on the fact that like,
oh, he says if I could do it again, I would do it again. I wouldn't change a thing.
Before that, like at the museum, he says like, oh no, like the fireflies were terrible. And then it goes to the one at the hotel where, like, Ellie brings it up and he's like, this isn't the place. Like, you're wrong. Like, I did the right thing.
How
like,
about when he actually tells her,
down.
though, that scene? When he actually tells her and she's like, fuck you.
Yeah. And then I think it's very interesting, too, that, like, Neil Druckmann... I kind of thought this based off the game, but then Neil Druckmann confirmed it in stuff that he's done after the game, is that, like, that flashback at the very end of the game where Ellie is talking to Joel at the very, very end.
On the porch.
Yeah, that's the first time that Ellie and Joel have, like, had a conversation since they were at the hospital and Joel admitted that he lied to her, right? Like, that's the first time. And that's why I brought up, because at first I thought this was weird, like, where it's like, Ellie's like, I'm pissed that you, like, interrupted our argument. I could have handled it on my own. And he's like, I'm sorry. And she's like, fuck you, the virus could have meant everything to me. And I was like, this is weird. Like, why is she bringing this up now? And then, but it makes more sense when you think in the context of, like, that's the first time they've had a conversation since.
Right, because
I feel like that came up in the game somehow. Like, they were talking about how they weren't talking to each other anymore.
Maybe in the beginning when Jesse's like, "Are you and Joel okay?" or something like that.
She like kind of hints at it, but it's not like clear.
Well, because Joel steps in and tries to help her out, and then Jesse's like, I was kind of confused because so what happened is you kissed Dina, and then Seth called you a not so nice word, and then Joel punched him, and Ellie's like, yeah, more like pushed him. And he's like, right, but then you got mad at Joel, which is the part that really confuses me. And she's like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it, just like she does with everything else. But it's like, no, Jesse hit some good points right there, and like he figured it out. Like, something doesn't add up here. Like, why are you so mad at Joel? Like, what did he ever do to you?
I think that flashback like wraps up a lot of things for the game for me, which it sucks to me playing through the game that comes at the very end of the game, because I think knowing that, I think Ellie's storyline throughout like the 3 days in Seattle and stuff makes a little bit more sense, but it's like at that point it's already too late. Where it's like, to me, like I just didn't enjoy that part, right? Like I didn't like Ellie's part of the game. It didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, they're like, well, it kind of makes sense based off this thing that you now know. And it's like, well, okay, I guess. But
I feel bad for all the people who wrote off the game without playing it and never got to experience that part, like, which is actually kind of complete bullshit, because if you love the first game, I don't see how you wouldn't play the second game no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, all these people are like, oh, I'm not playing it.
That are like, oh, Joel dies, I'm not going to play this game. It's just, that's like a dumb thing. Like, I don't know. Like I said, like, I knew that Joel died before I played the game. That was something that got spoiled for me, and it didn't ruin the game at all. It still was a shock to me when he died. Like, I was still surprised in how it happened, how early it happened. Like, all of that stuff. It didn't affect my gameplay at all. Like,
I read a fan theory that said Joel was dead the whole time in that trailer of the very first who was it? PlayStation PSX trailer where they revealed Last of Us Part 2. Somebody in the comments of that was like, oh, Joel, that was Joel's ghost. And I was like, I'm doing media blackout. Like, that was the last fucking spoiler that I read until the game came out. You know what I mean? So I was like, and they were technically right, but that part of the game wasn't even in there. I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to, like, wrap this thing up with a bow.
well, I think I have a good, like, kind of end to this conversation. Is like, do you guys... like, how do you guys feel about where it ended as far as, like, do you think there's a next one? Do you think there's a Last of Us Part 3?
I think they left it open for the opportunity to do it, but before we get Last of Us Part 3, I would rather have Uncharted 5 starring Cassie Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need Last of Us. I need Last of Us Part 3.
Like, I don't think it's going to be Naughty Dog's next game.
No, I think I need Last of Us Part 3 to really wow me at the end of the PlayStation 5's life cycle and give Sony a reason to make a PlayStation 6, because, like, it's looking bleak for console gaming. Do you know what I mean?
I guess maybe a better question is, do you think there's enough story to tell as far as Ellie goes to, like, justify a Part 3?
I think Ellie will be featured in Part 3, but I don't think she'll be, like... I think it'll be mostly Abby and Lev, but probably mostly Lev.
Yeah, that's my thing, is, like, like I said, like, based off of this game, I completely hated Ellie's part of the game. I thought it was horrible as far as, like, her character arc. Like, obviously I care about her. I didn't want her to die. When I played as Abby, I didn't want to kill Ellie, obviously. But, like... to me, Abby and Lev's story is much more interesting and diverse than Ellie's story, and, like, I would like to go more of that path than Ellie. Like, I think Ellie, to me, her story is done unless they go the route of, like, she's going to find the Fireflies to, like, finally be like, hey, I'm giving myself up, I want to die to fix humanity. Like, other than that story arc, I don't know how that... Like, I don't care if Ellie goes on another journey about, like...
Yeah.
Oh, I
revenge.
And so I gotta kill these people. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, that doesn't mean much.
The ending, to me, I thought was, like, super powerful. Like, her leaving the guitar behind was, like, symbolic of her kind of...
Yeah.
starting to leave Joel behind.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not immediate or anything like that. But... at the end of the game, I didn't really know how I felt about it. I was like, I had to think about it, just like the end of the last game. The first Last of Us was a lot more of a, I need time to think about this.
Yeah.
But this one, that's why I wanted to have these conversations, because it's more of like a very open-ended ending.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be happy with that being the end of it completely.
Yeah, totally.
I think leaving it open-ended like that, and we could fill in whatever happens in the future in our own heads.
I actually wouldn't mind more Last of Us content in other forms. Like, they did the comic book. I would like to see, like, maybe more stories in The Last of Us. Well, we know the HBO show, but, like, more stories in The Last of Us told through, like, more comic books would be really cool, or a graphic novel or something. Like, that would be awesome. I think they could maybe get away with some DLC for Last of Us Part 2. And release what would probably be like the complete edition of The Last of Us for PS5, which would be the first game, Left Behind, Last of Us Part 2, whatever the DLC is for Part 2, all on one, like, compilation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could see them doing something like that. And I think really what I really want from Naughty Dog is a new IP, or I would accept Jak 4. You know what I mean?
I kind of want a new IP.
Yeah, new IP I think is really where I would like to see Naughty Dog tackle like sci-fi or something like something cool.
I would like to see them get out of the third person.
Yeah, that
genre.
too. Maybe like a Naughty Dog puzzle game even would be interesting. Like something very unique, and I bet you they have all sorts of shit brewing. But Mike, before we wrap that up, what's your
Naughty Dog does great like story-driven games though.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, they always have.
I feel like that's really like chef's kiss, like that's their fucking bread and butter there.
But it might be really cool if Naughty Dog did like a here, you guys, this small team go work on like this really quirky.
Oh yeah, sure.
But keep going with your thoughts. Sorry to.
Anyway, yeah, the end of Last of Us 2, like, the more that I'm thinking about it, you know, I never thought about this while I was going through it, but as soon as Pop said it, like, it's been stuck in my head all night now. Like, this really was a perfect Last of Us Part 3.
Part 3.
Yeah. And if you had made 2 Abby's journey from the hospital, from where we left at the end of Last of Us 1 until the point where they find the city, and really invest me in this group so that now this one makes sense, splitting the time like this.
Yeah.
Because like I said, the 3 days, fantastic, but fucking 2 days to fall in love with these kids enough that you're going to throw away the safety of potentially going back to the WLF, or, you know, even just going on her own way and figuring out where the hell she wants to go now that all of her friends are dead. You know, she could do anything, but instead she's gonna like give up her own personal safety to deal with these kids that she met 2 days ago because maybe there's still some good in the world. Like,
I think it was part of it was her falling out of love with the WLF too, though, because like she sees what the other side is like, and she's like, oh, and she realizes that WLF isn't great. We've been torturing these people and stuff like that too.
And again, I think it comes back to like the personal, like, story versus the group. Like, you know, you had the Fireflies in the last one, but then it came down to Joel, who was like delivering for the Fireflies, but then has a change of heart and everything goes awry. And then this one's like, you have the WLF, but you have Abby, and then you have the group from Jackson, but you have Ellie. Like, you know,
like the whole first game, they were trying to get weapons, and like those weapons don't even get talked about after Joel like realizes that Ellie is his.
Another thought that I had, especially when they introduced what's the fucking rattlesnakes, whatever the fuck they're called,
the Rattlers.
The Rattlers is like, I kind of got the feeling like this has been like overshadowing a little bit, where it's like they announced that they weren't going to have multiplayer, right? Mm-hmm. And then what's the guy, Mark, you mentioned his name at the beginning of the podcast, the guy who was like a co-director of the first game that left Naughty Dog throughout this one.
Bruce Straley.
Bruce Straley. Like, mentioned in a tweet after, like, right when Naughty Dog announced that they weren't going to have multiplayer, he made a joke about it, and then everybody, like, jumped on him on Twitter, like, how could you make a joke? Multiplayer was my favorite mode in Last of Us, blah, blah. And he said, like, he came back with a response tweet of, like, I only made the joke because I know what Naughty Dog is working on, and I know you guys are going to be happy with it. And then Naughty Dog came out with a response to that tweet that was like, yeah, like, just because multiplayer isn't in this game doesn't mean that, like, we aren't going to satisfy the multiplayer crowd, or something like that. Yeah. Something that hinted very, like, heavily that they're working on some type of multiplayer.
Yeah, I would just assumed it would be a Jak and Daxter based multiplayer. That was my prediction from the get-go. Like, the day that I heard that, I was like, oh, they're working on a new Jak and Daxter, and multiplayer is going to be part of that, and it's going to be like Battle Royale, but with Jak and Daxter characters.
I thought that.
That was my prediction, and it still is.
After playing this game and seeing that they're like, okay, Jackson's essentially a faction, right? And then you have the WLF, and then you have the Seraphites, and then you have the Rattlers. It's like, to me, it's almost clear that, like, I think Naughty Dog is going to PS5 going to have a like Last of Us universe multiplayer game where it's like the Last of Us factions. And it's like, because to me, like, the Rattlers don't make sense at all, other than, like, we have to shoehorn another faction in here.
Yeah, well, they were just the ones holding it down in Santa Barbara, that's all.
Yeah, and to me, that, like, it makes way more sense in the justification that, like, they're making a multiplayer game based off of factions.
But you're right, when I first heard the term Rattler be used in Last of Us Part 2, I was like, oh, that's what people in Santa Barbara call clickers. I thought, that's what I originally thought. I was like, oh, they just have different names for them, because why would it be the same everywhere? You know what I mean? Like, maybe they consider that clicking sound to be more of a rattle. Yeah. You know, but then I realized that it was some other human group. I was like, oh, that's dumb. Yeah. What a dumb name. Why would you call yourself that?
I would be down for maybe some DLC where it's like a prequel to this. Where the only other con that I had on my list was that I wish we got more of Ellie and Joel before the events of this game, where it's like, I think the flashbacks to me, especially on Ellie's like arc of the game, are like a standout, where it's like you really see the range, like you see the difference between Ellie from the first game and the flashbacks to this game, where like when you go to the museum as Ellie, she's happy, she's showing like emotion, she's making jokes, she's like goofy, like she's serious, like she has like a ton of like range, where in the game she's just like, I'm angry, somebody killed Joel, we have to kill everyone that killed Joel. I don't care about anybody else that I care about. We just have to kill all the people that killed Joel. Where like I feel like she only has that one note where like the flashbacks do a really good job of like showing what she used to be. And I think like you find out later on in the game that maybe she's like that because you find out that Joel lied to her and she knows about it, and that kind of ruined everything for her in her life. So she's like, right, like I don't know. I just feel like I wish I would have gotten more of that, of like the Ellie Joel, like
what you're saying is
Joel, but like he's still there and she doesn't really know how to, like, she knows he lied but she doesn't know he lied, and like he does things to try to make her happy and she is happy, but then at the same time, like always in the back of her head, she knows that like something is awry there. Like I would have loved to have seen that. And then also I think that I would have loved to have seen Abby's journey from the hospital to the end of, or to the beginning where we meet her in this game. I think that story could be really interesting, which is why I brought up the fact that like I feel like this is a really good Last of Us Part 3.
I think we're going to see some swag.
There's a middle section there that like I want that hasn't been explored.
I think we're going to see some graphic novel, comic book, maybe even a full-on book, like a novelization, or definitely HBO show. Hopefully they do span it across, like Last of Us 1, Last of Us 2, Left Behind, call back to all that shit. I think there's definitely more of that story to be told. Maybe it would be nice to fill in the gaps between 1 and 2 and to call it like 1.5. You know, that's what the fans would call it. Anyway.
No. Last of Us 2 DLC is going to be 4 hours of pre-story with Abby from the end of the hospital to the beginning where we pick up where they find the city, and 2 hours of all walking with Ellie from Wyoming to Santa Barbara.
Just that walking cinematic that Mike loves so much.
It's going to be like
all you can do is push forward on the joystick.
Everybody's gone to the Rapture.
I want a Vegas Last of Us. I want that experience.
Vegas Last of Us?
Yeah,
I just want
go through, like it's on the route. It's like when you look up like the most efficient route from fucking Jackson, Wyoming to Santa Barbara. It's like Vegas is like in the middle. She had to go through there.
I want Ellie, Tommy, Joel rock band. That's what I want. Or Uncharted, please. Uncharted kart racer. That's
Snowball fight. Last of Us.
Yeah, snowball fight. Like
that's the multiplayer.
What's the Onimusha or whatever? What's the game? It's like Hyrule Warriors. That's what I'm talking about. Hyrule Warriors, with the game that's based on.
Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors. Yeah, I want that, but Last of Us snowball fight.
There you go.
Now I just want to play Onimusha again.
if anybody doesn't have any more like critical
I
points
guess I
to hit, yeah,
do my rating, I guess.
yeah,
right?
oh yeah, sure, yeah, totally.
So this 3-point rating thing is fucking with me.
Yeah, do it as 5 then, because
as a 5-point, it would absolutely be a 4.5 for me. I think.
So that turns it into a 10. It's essentially a 10-point scale.
Last of Us 1 would have definitely been a 5. I feel like this was really close, and I feel like it was more powerful in a lot of points, but it just something about it, like, I don't know. I played it with a girlfriend, and she probably would have gone this way for you guys, and I'm going this way.
Okay.
So, like, experiencing it with her was, like, a bit more of an experience for me because, like, it was easier for me to want them to forgive, and she was more like Mike, where it was like, just kill this bitch.
Kill her. Kill them all.
But I got a lot out of it, and the more I think about it, the more I appreciate it. And I think the combat was definitely improved. The gameplay was improved.
Yeah, totally.
Sound design is awesome. Everything they did. The only thing I would want to add for people to check out is there's a YouTube channel, Girlfriend Reviews.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that channel.
Yeah, I love that channel too. And when they posted something about Last of Us, I was all about it. I love that Neil Druckmann actually posted that video that she did as well. It's called Understanding The Last of Us Part 2. I think that video is great. They put out a review video after that. That's also great. And a lot of the thoughts I have, I would defer to them explaining it better than me. So I would definitely suggest people check that out. And check out Girlfriend Reviews because it's an awesome site. Or series, YouTube site, whatever.
That's where I got my favorite term, Christmas light diarrhea.
But
for Doom?
Yeah.
My biggest thing about it is having a game where take somebody you hate, have them you be able to relate to them is something I feel like is super specific to video games, where you've seen the revenge story so many times in movies, and you don't always have the same compassion you would when throughout this, like those little moments, like that a lot of people refer to as like pointless because you go to the hospital and then it doesn't matter supposedly.
Yeah.
But like the fear of heights and how like Lev is like gently ribbing her throughout the whole thing and everything like that, I felt like was awesome. And I noticed, like, still when I got to the theater, I didn't want to kill Ellie, but I also didn't want Ellie to kill Abby. And the game wrapping up in that way, where it took so long for Ellie to realize that she didn't want to kill Abby, I felt was overkill. I felt like, because from the beginning I was like, chill out, Ellie, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
But because of the reviews and the massive feedback that people are like, stupid, they should have killed her. I feel like they did everything they could to get that point across, that the revenge isn't worth it. And if some people still aren't going to get it, then obviously I guess maybe they didn't go far enough. So that's about all I have to say on it.
Do Mike or Pop want to give a succinct review like that?
Yeah, I'll give like a final thoughts on it. I think that even if you've listened to this, I think there's enough that we didn't talk about. There's enough that like is worth playing, that I think like if you have any interest whatsoever, you should play the game. I think it's one of those things, like I've said, I've been very obvious on the first one, where it's like there's some things that you can't spoil. Like you can't spoil the giraffe moment in the first game. Like it just hits you in a way where it's like, even if you know it, I can say there's a giraffe in the first game. It's not going to mean anything until you play the first game.
Right.
It's like the space in this one.
Yeah, the space.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
There's moments in this game that I think like are worth playing through, even if you don't necessarily agree with the story and the decisions that they make. And then the other thing I'll say is that I think, like, in most cases, if we're talking about a bad game, right, like, for example, Mass Effect Andromeda, terrible game. I don't want to talk about it because it's a terrible game, right? I think with this game, it's like whether or not you agree with the story decisions that they make, I don't think it's arguable that, like, this is a good game when it comes to, like, standards of a video game. Like, it runs really well. The animations are, like, top-notch. The graphics are top-tier.
Yeah.
Like, it is a good game in the sense of all of the video game stuff. Whether or not you like the story direction and where that goes is up to you. But, like, I wouldn't write this game off based off reviews of like, is it good or is it bad? Like, I think that that's something that like you have to play and define yourself. But like, I think it's worth playing. Like, I would recommend anybody playing this game. I think that it's.
What's your score? On our score,
I would give it a thumbs up. To me, like,
right.
I think it's a good game.
Mike.
So, I feel like walking into this game, like I said, I wanted it to be sold. I really enjoyed the first one. I enjoyed the experience I got out of it. I love the story. I related to it as a father. I felt the things that Joel felt going through it. Going into this one, like I said, I needed to be sold. Something had to happen that there needed to be a 2. Because I liked 1 regardless of the ending, whether or not she believes Joel, she goes with it. That's the end of it. So I was satisfied. So I needed something in this one. Going into it and playing it and coming out the other side, I feel like I'm still the most critical on this game of the group we have here.
Mm-hmm.
I would still, with that being said, recommend that anybody interested in this game play this game.
Okay.
Because the major complaint that I have throughout the whole thing, I believe that they improved the gameplay, the graphics, even the story, given the 2 sides, is interesting. And there's a lot going on. But the problem that I had with the game that really takes away from me is the amount of time that they wanted.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of time that could have been cut. So like it's really disheartening to hear Pop say like, how'd you just go from Wyoming to California?
But I also agree with you in that, like, I think the game was a little bit too long.
Yes,
I was like, really? We're introducing a new faction?
Yeah.
Way more.
I'm ready to end this game.
Yeah, so I would say the time thing is definitely what kills me the most. That's what really dragged this experience down for me, because I never felt like it got too difficult or it just wasn't interesting. Like, I did care about these people as much as at the end of it I still don't care what happens to Abby, and I still don't care what happens to Lev. And if that's what Last of Us 3 was based on, I think I'd have to sit and think a lot longer after this than I did after number 1 whether or not I was going to get 2. Because with that, I was pretty much sold. So let's do this thing. But after playing this now and wondering where they could take it, I don't know that I'm interested enough to follow any of those leads.
Gotcha.
And again, like I said, the worst part of it was because I feel like they wasted a lot of my time, where they could have tightened things up or not had me go through the other side of things. And I personally would have still been as interested if that thing ended at the 12 or 15 hour mark and I had Ellie's side of things and that was it.
Isn't it crazy that they, like I said, like there's interviews out there where they've said that they cut over like 50%.
That'd be nuts, dude.
Like, apparently, the Jackson,
60 hours into this game.
Yeah.
I mean, the game comes on 2 discs, as it is.
The Jackson section was apparently supposed to be way longer. Like, Joel was supposed to have a girlfriend, and like there was supposed to be way more time spent in Jackson.
Yep.
Then also Ellie was supposed to go to the Seraphite Island, and there was supposed to be that whole like section of the game that completely got cut out. And it's like, it's crazy to me that like 50% of this game was cut and it's still like 35 hours. Like,
there was a whole Jeep section where you had to get the winch and like wrap it around the tree. Now, so Mike, you graded it once before earlier.
Yeah, so I'm going right in the middle. I mean, if I had to give this like a number, like on the scale of 5, I would say that it is like a high 3.
Yeah.
I would say like a 3.8, 3.9, just shooting low of 4.
Okay.
I had a great time with it. It just took too long to try and get its point across, and I feel like they could have made it tighter. They could have cleaned that up.
And another thing that I will say is that, like, if you think you got the game spoiled off of spoilers that came out before the game, I think that's, like, completely invalid. Like I said,
Totally.
I thought I had the game spoiled for me, but I was completely wrong. Like, even the things that I did have spoiled were only, like, half right, and it didn't happen when I thought it was going to happen. Right? Like, I don't know. I think, like, if you're not going into the game because you think you already know everything, I think that's, like, not... Like, I don't think that's, like...
it's not a good reason.
Enough credit.
Yeah, it's just not
Even if your spoilers were correct, it's still like going through it and experiencing time with the characters is important.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's like if somebody tells you like, oh, the Terminator is he's actually a robot. You know what I mean? You learn that real soon into that movie. You know what I mean? Like, he seems like a guy.
The thing that got spoiled for me was like the ending of the game.
Yeah, it comes in quick, and you realize that it wasn't Ellie. You realize that it wasn't Ellie who killed Joel. It's a lot different than if somebody goes, "Hey, by the way, Bruce Willis is dead the whole time in The Sixth Sense." You know what I mean? Like, that's a true, like, ruin the whole experience for you. Yeah, they said that there was spoilers
Jurassic
in the beginning
Park,
of
1993. You ain't seen it? Fuck you.
Yeah, that is the title of the last episode. So
True.
I just want to say that I have been known to go around and tell people that The Last of Us, the first game for PS3 originally, is the best video game ever made, and that was my subjective opinion on the matter when it comes to what's the best video game. And I've actually had a couple conversations probably right here on this podcast where I think it's the best video game ever made, but it's not the most fun. You know, there's parts of that game where you're really not having a good time, and it's difficult, it's challenging, but it's not like challenging where it's rewarding. It's challenging like you're just trying to survive. You get to the next point and it's still challenging. It's not like, you know, you get the giraffe, you get the well, you just get the giraffe moment, really. It's a pretty doom and gloom game. My enthusiasm for The Last of Us continues with The Last of Us Part 2, and it's the same sentiment where it's a very sad story. You know, there's no happy ending in sight.
World, like, in general.
Yeah, and I think the sales and the critic scores kind of speak for themselves, but you know, if you want to take a look at the user score and realize that it's kind of divided right down the middle, some people love it, some people hate it, some people haven't played it and they're just going and review bombing the game. Like, don't let that sway your curiosity one way or the other. Like, just go and grab the game, play it. It'll be a greatest hits title soon enough. It's going to be on every PlayStation 5 when that thing launches. Like, there's no reason, I think, not to play this saga of games. But on a more personal level, it really did, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know if everybody's like this, but there's a list of movies that I could watch right now, get to a certain point and just break down. And that happens in the first game, probably more, but in the second game it happens too. I'm just like, oh man, this is just ripping me apart. And the fact that we do a humble little podcast, and lots of people do podcasts like this, and some that are really popular, but they dedicate an entire episode to talking about one game, just proves that Naughty Dog once again has left their mark in the gaming industry, and this game is going to be talked about 10 years from now and 20 years from now. It's going to be right there with the Pac-Mans and the Donkey Kongs and the Super Marios and the Sonic the Hedgehogs. You know what I mean? Like, this is a game to define a generation, and it's sort of like its own genre now. Like, you've got your stealth games, you've got your horror games, you've got your survival games. This is like a hybrid of all those, and it
over-the-shoulder third-person action adventure stealth game.
Yeah, that adds in this emotional carrot that they're dangling in front of you. That you just, for some reason, you're like, oh my god, I'm like exhausted from this 4-hour play session, and you put the game down and you go upstairs to do something else, and you're like, I really want to know what happens next, though. And you go back and you fire the thing back up, and you just like grind out a game. Like there's games that have come out that I'm like, oh, I host a gaming podcast. I have to play all these games. Let me just go like play through them. And you're like, oh, well, the first 20 minutes was okay, and I'll probably never play that again. Not this one. You know what I mean? Like there's just these, I don't know. A Naughty Dog fanboy, sure, but I think it's generally accepted that this game is something special. And if you hate the story, you have to acknowledge the graphics. And if you hate the gunplay, you have to acknowledge the stealth. You know what I mean? Like there's just it's polarizing and it's unifying all at the same time. I'm trying to figure out some words to sum up like how impactful that this game is going to be, but it's still like happening right now.
To me, like I think the best way I can describe it is like, I think this is like the best compliment I could pay this game. Is like, this game to me feels next gen.
It does.
Like
yeah, it sure doesn't
feel like I said, like it's so far above and beyond any to me, I think God of War is like my favorite PS4 game. I think God of War, like the PS4 one, is like a better game than this game, but like graphically and like animation wise and like this game just blows everything out of the water. Like it's like I said, like it makes me question if we really need, like, do I really need to buy a PS5? Because like if this is what we can do on the PS4,
I was thinking about that today. Like, what are we doing with these new consoles? We don't need them yet.
Up to this like standard, like I don't know. I just feel like it.
I just want a fan that doesn't sound like it's gonna freaking hit my house.
Did you play on regular or on a pro?
I played on the pro.
See, I played on a regular, and the whole time I was waiting for that PlayStation to just like.
Oh, the pro's the same way.
We have a new ritual where we have a little stool we put in front of the TV stand, and we move the PlayStation out onto that so it gets a little bit more ventilation, so it doesn't like heat up my entire.
I have mine up on risers.
Yeah.
It's also a pro. Guys, I think this is taking the title of the best one yet. This is a great 4-hour plus episode. Yeah, this is really, really good, thorough conversation we had about the
Thank you guys so much for having me on. I really like talking to you and hearing your opinions and everything.
Yeah, you should come back whenever you want. You want to be on more of these?
I would love to be.
Awesome.
You guys are cool.
We do it every Saturday. If you're watching live and you made it this far, you're the real MVP. Yeah. Twitch.tv/don'thatethepodcast. I'm thinking about maybe why not dual stream to YouTube as well? Like why not just do that? So keep on the lookout for that. But you could always find us at Don't Hate the Podcast. It's actually the YouTube channel is Play Archive now. Why did I do that? Don't worry about it.
Using.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be confusing. No, it's the Don't Hate the Podcast is the podcast, and all our social media. It's pretty much everything's Don't Hate the Podcast except Twitter. Somebody has that already.
If it has a search bar, just type in Don't Hate the Podcast.
Except on Twitter, it's at Don't Hate the Pod. But Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. I'm working on a Discord channel to where this will be the place where if you want to get questions that you want to ask and have them answered on the show, we'll do that there.
I have one question before we go.
Yeah, it's your show.
What do we think the next game is that will have like a spoiler cast of?
Oh, you want to pick a game for a round table?
I'm just curious as to like where your guys' mind's at, because like I feel like maybe Ghost of Tsushima is like shaping up to be that. Like I would love to talk about that with you guys. I find that very the little bit that I've played of it, I've found like very interesting, but I don't know.
I could talk about that game for hours already.
Yeah, like, I don't want to spoil things for you guys if you're gonna play it down the road, but like the Ghost of Tsushima, I think in some ways rivals Last of Us 2.
I'll just say this about Ghost of Tsushima: the allure of Assassin's Creed and the way that those games played wore off for me a long time ago, and Assassin's Creed. Ghost of Tsushima seems to fill the void that was left by Assassin's Creed for me. Like, it's everything that I wish an Assassin's Creed game would be. But that's just from being burnt out from Assassin's Creed. Really, I was excited about this game because I was a fan of Tenchu on the original PlayStation, and it seemed like this was going to be a new Tenchu stealth assassins, which, samurai aren't really stealth assassins, but that's the whole point of this game, is that you have to turn into the ghost of Tsushima and kill people with stealth. So yeah, I could see having, I think we should at least talk about it on the next episode a little bit, maybe Ghost of Tsushima. It's not one of those games where I feel like you could, I'm sure there's spoilers, but
it's the last big PS4 game, right? There's not going to be another PS4.
I was going to say, to answer your question, I think the next time that we have an episode dedicated to one specific game will be the Bug Snacks episode.
Ooh.
See, I was thinking Bug Snacks.
I'm down for that one.
Bug Snacks is the most anticipated next gen game, I think.
I hate it so much.
I watched the Xbox thing, dude. Bug Snacks taking it away. It's the only game I care about.
Did you see the
Dude, I love Young Horses. Octodad was great, and
they fucking, what's the band? Oh shit. Hold on, I have to look this up because I want to give them a shout out. The band that does the Bug Snacks song is like every song they make is just fantastic. Kiro Bonito.
Okay.
They're like, just look them up on YouTube. Every song they make is just like a 10 out of 10. They have one called Flamingo. It's so good, too.
Hey, I take Pop's recommendations and musics. I go back and listen to a freaking 7-second jingle about
ice cream.
the butter ice cream from Hypnospace Outlaw. It's like the best song ever.
Yeah.
Let's see what does. Oh, the intro, the spoiler intro. If you made it this far on YouTube and Spotify and Apple Podcasts and Google Podcasts and Stitcher, maybe not yet, Breaker, Radio Public, all that stuff, Anchor. If you heard the intro, the spoiler warning at the beginning of this episode that was recorded by of Twitch and YouTube fame, Mr. James, right? Mr. James, that's Mike's son, who is the co-star of the Warp in Time, or A Warp in Time on YouTube. That Mike and James.
Yeah, buddy.
YouTube I think I've watched that Fortnite video like a couple times now.
Yeah, sick. Yeah, we're actually working on doing some filming. Mm-hmm. I had to get some red face paint.
Oh, I think I know where this is going. Is this?
Yeah, I know where it's going too.
It's a pretty good idea. So, yeah, we've been.
I see that beard you got going on there too.
Oh man, it's real warm in this fucking heat too. It's killing me. I'm like, maybe I should shave it. I'm like, that's not gonna do me any justice for this video.
I'm gonna predict that it's a God of War episode that you're filming.
It might be. It might be.
I've had some friends from another Discord server popping in and out, and your beard is getting glorious reviews, by the way.
Oh,
yeah. Messages. So
awesome, awesome.
It is not staying for long. It is way too warm for it, and it is just at this point it's for a video.
Yeah.
And it just started as laziness, really. It was a no shave November, turned into a don't care December, turned into a global pandemic.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you. If I was, let's say, just randomly, I was making a character after you in some random video game.
Oh, really?
Would I be giving you a long beard or a short beard? I don't know.
Shit.
Like when you decide to cut it, how long is it gonna be?
It'll just go back to what it was. It'll just be trimmed up.
Okay, I think I can work.
Completely disappear. It's just gonna get shortened down again.
Right.
Mike, where can people find A Warp in Time videos?
Yeah, so Warp in Time videos, you just go to YouTube, search A Warp in Time. Yeah, until we hit the whatever follower subscriber account, they won't give me a URL that's convenient. So
yeah,
just go to YouTube, search A Warp in Time.
Smash that follow.
Smash that
follow subscribe button.
Bunch of thumbs up.
Yeah, comment down below.
Yeah, and there's more videos coming. Like I said, I'm sitting on scripts right now. I'm just I have to get out and do filming, and the next one I also have to like. Most of the filming I can get away with around my house, but this one we have to go on location for a couple of things.
Oh shit, dude!
So we're actually doing a little traveling and everything to go get some shots.
Scale a mountain, dude.
Here we
check
go.
this out.
Yeah. Paulie, you got anything you want to plug?
Not really. We are working, like I said, on getting some Emotive Pixel stuff back up. I think the plan, hopefully I'm not spoiling the spoiler cast for anybody. We do spoilers on stupid shit, guys. I'm just going to warn you. I think the next one is going to be on SnowRunner, which is a game where you drive trucks around for the entire game.
Okay.
So
I've seen gameplay from that.
What is is that on YouTube?
we are on no, not YouTube. We're just a podcast, just audio,
Okay.
no video. At least unless we decide to change, so it'd be on any podcast thing that you
Gotcha.
use, probably.
It's Emotive Pixels,
Right now,
right?
Yeah, Emotive Pixels.
There's
and I'm not
legacy
sure-
episodes up.
There are definitely legacy episodes up. I'm just not sure if our website is up right now. I believe we let that slip a little bit, but I'll get on our glorious ruler on that shortly. But no, nothing personally to plug.
Do you want to
Watch. Don't hate the podcast.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a ringing endorsement. Pop, you plug anything? You playing?
Yeah, so
the Madden
I've been
game
put-
is back on.
I've been working on some stuff behind the scenes. It's not quite ready yet, but unfortunately, I've been fucking put on hold at work for COVID.
Mhm.
So the next at least a week, I don't have work. So I'm gonna be pumping out content.
Oh shit!
So
Where can
I
people
think
find that content?
would be to follow me on Twitter, which I have to look up my Twitter.
I thought it was Baby Maker 1803.
Yeah, BabyMaker1803. Follow me on Twitter because I'm either going to be live streaming it or it's going to be going to my YouTube, whatever. So I don't know yet, but I'll post it on Twitter for sure. But yeah, I'm going to be the next 5, 6, 7 days pumping out the content.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap it up then nicely here with a bow. You could follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/MarkMoney. I have a YouTube channel at MarkMoney. Twitter's MarkMoney. Instagram's MarkMoney. That's all my personal stuff. There's a brand new Instagram. That's where I'm most active on. I'm revealing it here today for the first time ever publicly. It's Play Archive on Instagram. That's where the most of my content goes these days. It's just screenshots from games, photo modes, and my video game collection. So that's the new place to go to see that. And don'thatethepodcast.com, markmoney.com, playarchive.com. They all pretty much bring you here. So you can do that. You can check out Don't Hate the Podcast on all your favorite podcast services or on our YouTube channel, Don't Hate the Podcast. I think that's it for episode 26. We started on July 25th. It's now July 26th, and it's 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's actually 4:21, but who cares? 4:20. We did it.
How do I know
Hey.
if I have the right Play Archive? Is this here?
It's a
Okay.
picture of Shovel Knight as the
Okay.
yeah. So it's
Yeah.
actually a picture of this amiibo. I love
Shovel
Shovel
Knight.
Knight. He's one of my favorite video game
Classic.
characters. Yeah.
Baller.
Anybody got anything else?
That's it.
All right, then.
Don't hate the player. Hate fucking COVID test, dude. I'm tired of getting shit shoved up my nose. All right. Fuck
all right,
that
man.
shit.
I agree. I'll second the motion.
It's bullshit, dude. I'm not doing anything. This fucking asshole at work's like, oh, I'm gonna go out on Memorial Day weekend and get COVID, and then you're gonna have to get tested. I'm like, fuck you, dude.
It does suck. They stick a pipe cleaner up your nose and tickle the back of your eyeball.
it's
I had
terrible.
it. It's not good.
And then they kind of like, you get the like intern who's like, I'm a new nurse. I don't know how to do this. And then they like kind of like shove it up the wrong way, and then your nose starts bleeding.
No.
Awful.
Didn't
Awful.
you say you had a nosebleed from both nostrils for like a whole day?
Yeah, and then that was like a couple weeks ago. And then I just had to get a new test on Thursday. My nose is bled yesterday, today. It's awful. It's
Ugh,
terrible.
This sounds.
I'm done with it. I'm done.
All
Fuck
right.
the
So,
virus.
I would say for Paulie, Pop, and Mike, don't hate the podcast. Hate that stupid COVID test. Wear a fucking mask and stay inside,
Wear a
you
mask.
pieces of shit.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Till next time. Peace.
Peace.